I call this special meeting of the Board of Directors of the Joshua Basin Water District to order. Today is Monday, May 11th, 2026, and the time is 1:09 p.m. Welcome, everyone. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. General Manager Johnson, please conduct the roll call and confirm a quorum.
President Duval.
Here.
Director Flellen.
Here.
Director Pickens.
Here.
Here.
VP Short.
Here.
Board members, are there any changes requested to the agenda? President Doolittle requested change to the agenda. I believe the discussion of item 7B, the business plan and strategic plan, should move into the workshop format such as item 7C. Yeah. My thinking is that discussion regarding the plan and the business plan naturally informs the district's budgeting priorities, operational direction, our tactics, and our resource allocation decisions. And so structuring the item as the first portion of the workshop, would allow us to have a more fluid and integrated discussion of priorities and direction before moving into the detailed budget review. I also anticipate that discussion would continue as part of next week's budget workshop discussions, the strategic plan and business plan, as budget considerations themselves may further inform refinement of priorities, sequencing, and implementation considerations. Therefore, I make a motion to alter the agenda to move item 7B into a workshop format along with item 7C. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
President Duval.
Yes.
Director.
Yes.
Director Pick.
Yes.
Director Jarlsberg.
Yes.
Short.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Item 4 on the agenda is for public comment. We have this time set aside for public comment on any district-related matter, whether it appears on the agenda or not, and we certainly welcome public comment. Please know, though, that due to the Brown Act, we can't, as a board, we're prohibited from taking action on items that aren't already on the agenda. And if appropriate, it may be considered for a future agenda, and or the public commenter may make that request. Please state your name, and if there are any members of the public have anything to say, please use the raise hand option. Any comments, please come to the lectern.
Justice.
It's not.
Okay. My name is Thomas Fjellstam. I'm a ratepayer. I have actually 4 meters that I'm responsible for. I'm also on your Citizen Advisory Council. And what I'm here to talk about is reducing district water waste. As part of the council, I understand that California mandating even further reductions, and I feel like there's a lot of possibility to reduce water waste on the consumer side of things. For me, many years ago, like it seemed like always it was like something I'd leave a hose on or something happened or a break in a pipe, and it would be like $100 or $200 in overuse on my side, which I was responsible for paying. And so I invested in some Flume water meters. I bought 2 of them, one for my own house, one for a rental house. I installed the one on my rental house and it worked great. And then before the return period is over, I realized that the other meter at my rental house, I assumed that they were similar meters in all the district and that they were compatible, but I didn't realize that meter had been upgraded to the new iPearl meter. And so I was kind of out with $200 I'm still trying to sell these Flumes because they're not usable here because all our meters are being upgraded to the iPearl system. And I found that out when like a year later, my Flume meter on my own house stopped working. And I went out there to investigate, and I found out that my little thing was attached to a new water meter there, which is totally not compatible with the Flume monitoring system. Mm-hmm. So researching that, I have not found any economically viable way of personally monitoring my own meter other than going out there and physically looking at it every day. And other than like, I think there's a $500 Moen device that you can attach on your house, so that leaves out the distance between the meter and the house, to monitor if there's a break between there. Further researching the Sensus iPearl meters that the district has replaced, I understand they're very good meters and very accurate. and that they were designed to do this sort of wireless monitoring. And I believe there's a truck that drives around that does pick up the wireless signal from them. And that eventually they would be upgraded to have like these monitors, kind of like our power smart meters that could just automatically pick up current usage down to like 15-minute increments. And I thought that was great. Like, why can't I tap into that? Because I have a little $20 device that taps into the power meter, and I'm able to monitor my own electrical usage. I found that Census has a proprietary system, and all their signals are encrypted, so there's no way really for the consumer to monitor their own devices. And so that leads us to the district implementing it, and I believe there are plans for it to do that. And I'm here to basically ask that they try to fast track that or get a lot more priority work done to be able to allow the consumers to monitor their own systems. Because right now we have up to like a 2-month delay from when the truck does a drive around and then it reports to the district, and the district makes the report to the customer and we get our bill. So it could be like potentially 2 months behind of like this water wasted. There is an AMI system that allows for putting these monitoring, and I understand there is one already here in the district that they've been trying out. There's quite a bit of expense possibly with that, but I think it's very much use. Very important for us to prioritize this because of one for the state needing to reduce the water use overall for our district, and also for customers to save money too. I understand maybe the district doesn't prioritize because the customer is liable for that money that's on their side of the meter. But this is also something that could be implemented on the district side to more precisely monitor water loss in a very more granular way so that leaks can be detected in advance before they become like a major issue. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you, board directors.
Please come to the.
My name is Jackie Masson, and I'm a current resident of Joshua Tree. I have also 9 rental properties out here, and they get a mission to rent to Marines who are often deployed or work incredibly long hours. And I started researching the idea of being able to monitor the meters a year ago, and I think I spoke with you about it, but release safety. And when I bought my phone, that ultimately didn't work. I was told that we were working on getting the AMI system, and I know I recently spoke with David Shook about the propagation study that you're doing. I just am concerned about the timeline and the amount of water that's being wasted. The research I've done suggests we waste about 7 to 20 million gallons of water a year. Some of it is on your side and some of it is on the consumer side. And it just is a lot. And the way that the soil, the coarseness of the soil out here suggests that it's almost impossible to see a leak until after it's happened. And I have a little graph that was sent to me by David, thank you, indicating how a leak in 15 days wasted 255,000 gallons of water and caused a $4,118 water bill for 2 weeks of water use for a young Marine couple who were in the middle of a deployment. I just don't find that to be an effective. The optics of that are not great considering what these kids are up against when they move out here, and just the waste at a time when we're in the drought conditions and trying to save water. And I understand that there are issues that water has with chromium 6 and some other things, but I am really trying to request that we either practice, so really maybe there are particulars that we learning that contribute to the monitoring costs on a monthly basis. The research I've done suggests it's only a couple dollars a month. I know the build out is much greater than that, and I know you are working on it, but I'm really requesting that we try to, add it to the agenda and, trying to get an idea of, when it can happen much sooner, and also to see if there are, and as Stacey and I talked about this last week, if there is a product that a consumer can buy that maybe can be used with these new smart meters, which are unfortunately not as far as the last few years. So thank you very much for your time.
Any comments online? Thank you for your comments. We will now move to agenda item 5, which is the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are expected to be routine, they're non-controversial, and they're supposed to be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. If a board member would like an item to be handled separately, it will be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. I'm requesting the meeting minutes be pulled. President Doolittle has requested that the April 15th, 2026 draft board meeting minutes be pulled. The last sentence of my director's report, and I'll give a written copy of this to the district. The last sentence should be changed to Doolittle also wondered how the district can help in supporting that process. It should be changed to Doolittle requested the district assist in facilitating transparency, accountability, and trust in the process between the county and ratepayers as it moves forward with its study. And then there was a section that was left off. And that would be President Doolittle noticed concerns of regionalized resource management signaling larger structural shifts that could influence the district's future governance, operational authority, and long-term autonomy. Anything else? Is there a motion to approve item 6, the April 15th, 2026 meeting minutes as amended?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
roll call vote, please.
President Doolittle,
Yes.
Director Furman,
Aye.
Director Fick,
Yes.
Director Ellsberg,
Yes.
VP Short,
Yes.
Motion carries. Agenda item 7A, which is a resolution honoring public servant appreciation and recognition of the dedicated public employees and professionals whose service supports the district's operations and the broader community each day. General Manager Johnson.
you. And as part of an annual appreciation, we're bringing this resolution forward to the board. It's also indicated as 4.3C in our business plan to appreciate, the staff, the board, and everybody that contributes all of their time to this district. And you can see the resolution for itself, discussing, the appreciation for all of the work set forth. And staff has taken upon themselves to provide some refreshments and snacks for the celebration. So when we're ready to have a little break in our workshops today, we can enjoy those.
Any comments from the board?
Does this include the CAC?
Includes anybody that is a part of this district. So it's anybody that's providing their time.
I had one.
Okay.
Yeah, when I look at this, I see in this first paragraph that it mentions pretty much everyone who donates time or themselves or whatever. But then after that, the whole thing is all about the directors. And this happened last time too, where I was a little bit uncomfortable. It's like the president or the governor awarding themselves a Medal of Freedom or something. I have a problem with the credibility of the whole thing. So, because this is not particularly important, but we should add CAC specifically, and also docents would be another one. And nothing too, by name, I have a problem with it. For some reason, I haven't figured out why yet. But David Carrillo, he's comes to the market about at least half the time he's at the market, and he's here at these meetings at least half the time too. And he even went to Sacramento to assist our group in lobbying for funds from Sacramento folks up at the legislatures without getting a per diem of any kind, and yet the directors did. The directors got $200 a day for going to that thing in Sacramento, and David got nothing. So at least in this thing, it doesn't necessarily have to be changed this time, but in the future, we should try and acknowledge some of these other groups that we are having trouble recruiting for, to be somewhat more substantial in acknowledging their contribution to this consumer or customer-owned water company.
Oh, yeah, Director Jarlsberg?
Are you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I read this. I thought it was something that is like a template out there that we picked up, but it was originally designed by the district. And I have some issues with it,
Yeah.
because I read it to include staff. Because they are tirelessly serving their community, including the board members. So I read it as staff or anybody that's volunteering for the district, but it doesn't make it clear. Obviously, it never says staff in there, but somehow I included them. Because they're dedicated, obviously. And I would like to see it more wider, like Director was saying. I also have kind of an issue with the word servant, and I already mentioned that. I don't like that word. I would say public service, or in the last paragraph, it says the public servants. That implies a little different than, somebody that's a servant to the community. I'd rather be a service provider or some other word that's more inclusive. And it doesn't have really negative connotation. And I just think that maybe we could work on it for next year. I'm not worried about it right now, but make it a little more inclusive and a little less gobbledygook. I just feel it's kind of gobbledygook.
Director Flowing.
Do we already have, though, an employee recognition day or some such thing like that with a luncheon or whatever? Do we do that?
Yeah, we do have an annual luncheon for staff and a holiday get together. So it is celebrated separately, but we also bought staff cupcakes, so they're going to have some later on today too. So everybody's included.
Everybody gets a cupcake.
Right.
To me, it says public service. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Public Servant Week, who decided on that name? Or, I mean, is that a lot of places celebrate Public Servant Week?
It's a national since
It is a national?
1985.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Who came up with that name? Or if we could modify it.
We will modify it any way that we see fit that makes sense.
Okay, I'm done.
But, we're open to any of the ideas.
I'm glad there was a distinction made between, staff and public servants like the board, because much like water itself, the work of public servants is often only noticed when it's absent. And every day, the community benefits from the dedication, expertise, and steady efforts of board members, and I included staff and countless others, such as the CAC, working behind the scenes to keep essential services functioning. While the public may not always see the long hours, difficult decisions, and ongoing commitment required to make these systems work, the contributions of these people here and out there who aren't attending undergird the health, safety, and resilience of Joshua Tree and beyond. Do I hear a motion to adopt Resolution 26-1084 honoring Public Servant Appreciation Week?
I'll make the motion. Second.
General Manager Johnson, as this is a resolution, a roll call vote, please.
President Doolittle,
Yes.
Director Flowin,
Aye.
Director Vic,
Yes.
Gerald Burns,
Yeah.
VP Shore.
Yes.
With 100% in favor, the motion carries. Next up on our agenda is a review and a revision of the annual business plan, which is a document that guides the district's day-to-day priorities and projects that implement the strategic plan. The recommended action is for the board to review and provide direction regarding revisions to the annual business plan in preparation for the upcoming budget process. General Manager Johnson.
Thank you. You can see the annual business plan out in front of you, and then please listen to you. A tiny bit different formatting. Don't shoot the messenger here. There's a method to the madness behind this. What is in the green and light gray is either complete and become part of our ongoing meeting, or it's completed altogether, or it could be monitoring. So items, we'll review everything in the plan, but the items that are still in white with me, the ones that are either in progress or in queue to be reviewed. So it's your choice, or how you want to go through this. We can go through goal one and go through each of these, or we can skip to the fund highlighting sections, your choice, you let me know if you'd like.
I vote that we go through all of them, as this is our, President Doolittle speaking here, as this is our first opportunity to look at the strategic plan since, the last time we looked at it. Yeah, so, anyway, so I think it's a good reminder and look at it all of a piece as opposed to separating out elements and not have the context for all of it.
All right, so would you be able to minimize a little, and get all columns on the screen, maybe? Toolbar. Yes, ma'am.
And also, and we are gonna do workshop type of
So,
discussion.
yeah,
for this.
it's a workshop, and, still, you know, that President Doolittle likes to call on everybody, so it can be reported for the minutes, so I would recommend unless she has a different method to do the same thing.
I wanted to make a comment on the format. Some of these pages also have stuff on the back of them, and I would think that it could say continued on the back or on some of the pages,
Well,
don't.
remember, this is not a public facing document, this is an internal working business plan
Okay.
that staff uses to put the next items.
So I'm just thinking that we follow the format
I
you
see.
have here.
Yeah, well, yes.
Otherwise, we might get lost.
Okay, yeah, please, yeah. So we're gonna start with goal 1, which is water supply and quality. If you remember, last time we went through this, the strategic plan, the public facing document has all of the goals lined out for, or objectives lined out for each goal. This does the same thing. It's in the light blue where it says 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. And then within each of those objectives are sub objectives that also match that public facing document. And those have been lined out by the sub, there's a 1.1A, 1.1B, so on and so forth. So the first one we have is 1.1, and that's plan for a sufficient long-term water supply to meet the current and future customer needs. The first sub objective is 1.1A, and that's inventory groundwater resources and assess long-term sustainability. If you see the ... that means that this paragraph went on a little bit further in the public facing document, but this just helps us keep it all on one page. Again, just this is our internal working document.
So I have just a question is, so, I mean, there weren't a whole lot of other words. Is it where there's ... Like, should I open this up or is there a whole lot of words in the ellipsis?
You put in there what's going to make the most sense, you get the most context of what
Okay.
that one's trying to achieve.
Okay.
So that column, 1.1, has the 1.1A, B, and C. And then the next column over, which says objective, those are the first one we're talking about, 1.1A, inventory groundwater resources, success, long-term sustainability. And then the next column to the right, which I consider to be one of the more important columns, is the supporting projects that meet that goal. So that's going to be where I'm going to do supporting projects and the objective. So for 1.1A, the supporting projects for this particular objective is the urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan update. Both of those documents are in progress, very close to being complete. We will be turning and staff comments back to them this week, and it will be moved to the board on May 20th for a full review, and then back to the board on June, the first board meeting in June for a public hearing and final adoption. Those are some very substantial documents, but you remember we did this as a regional approach this time with Mojave Water Agency and about 13-ish other desert water providers.
So when did you say the urban water management plan? When did you say that's coming back?
It'll be here May 20th and then again in June.
For final adoption?
In June.
Okay.
Yes,
The urban water management plan.
correct.
Wow, okay. So, all right, so what's the date for that? Because is that gonna jam right up next to the budget? Or is it gonna be later in the month?
No, it's going to be the first board meeting in June. It by law has to be submitted to the state by the end of June. And we're not the only provider in this, so we have to make sure if we're late, it makes everybody else late.
When do you think that the board would be able to look at that
May
document?
20th, well, May 20th.
Would be the
It would
earliest.
be in the agenda packet for May 20th. And it will probably have to be a secondary attachment of some sort of link because it's a really substantial document.
So on the assessing of alternative water sources, we haven't like really identified anything. I was just reading this article that the San Diego desal plant just recently came online, and they're producing so much water that they're selling it to other states. That could be an option for for replenishment as well as MWA, which I think, I mean, I'm obviously it's just my opinion, but I think we do need that because we have a negotiation for a new contract with them coming up, correct? With MWA?
Brought it up. So that contract is just for banking. It's
Okay.
not for the.
Oh, I thought it was for the
It's for water
water
recharge banking, which
Okay.
is separate from water recharge.
Gotcha. But either way, yeah, I do think we need alternatives as well, because I don't know how sustainable some of these projects are that they're working on with the state water project. From what I've seen at Aqua, there's a lot of questions behind it. There's a lot of funding that needs to be done to rebuild it. So I do think that other options need to be identified.
Director Flanagan.
The previous two directors before at the Mojave Water Agency mentioned one time that for all of their customers, they have a 5-year reserve of water there. And we are roughly now in a position to where we're buying all the water that we need, and our aquifers are going relatively untouched insofar as we're not storing NWA water there. And so we have a window. I'm not saying that this is not relevant, but I'm saying that we do have a window here because the last drought was about 5 years. And so I think our allocation went down to 5% at one point during that time. And so to have our antenna up, the big deal would be how you get that water from a desalination plant on near the ocean up 2,500 feet, that kind of thing. But we have to have water, period. And so all of these kind of things are somewhat futuristic in a way, but they should be on our map somehow.
Yeah.
We're talking
And
about
with
the
the-
future anyway.
Yeah, and with the decreased demand or supply from the Colorado River, I think more agencies are going to be looking at the state water project for water as well. So it's
The agencies that are getting water.
that are currently, they're currently getting water from the Colorado.
For our
We're
water.
going to be looking for other water resources as well.
Yeah.
So, President Doolittle here. So at the Association of California Water Agencies Conference, Aqua, that I just went to last week, I have some notes for you that apply to this. There was a noticeably greater sense of urgency regarding climate change mitigation, adaptation strategies, and infrastructure resiliency than at prior conferences I've attended. And it was also stated that California's water governance, our infrastructure systems, our permitting frameworks, and political structures were largely built around a hydrologic reality that no longer exists, and agencies across the state are increasingly recognizing that adaptation must occur faster. This relates directly. I came away again convinced that JBWD must continue exploring methods to capture and bank runoff during major storm events. That's an alternative source of water. Atmospheric rivers, as the board has discussed previously, are expected to increase in frequency and intensity. These changing weather patterns, just so you know, and this will apply later on, also contribute to wildfire risk. I wish we had wildflower risk. As periods of intense rainfall encourage rapid vegetation growth that later dries out and becomes fuel. And I know that that last thing is considered in our hazard mitigation plan, but it's all of a piece. And just regarding the droughts, we've experienced this dramatic weather whiplash over the past decade. The severe drought and extreme heat of 2021 and 2022 were followed almost immediately by the atmospheric rivers of late 2022 and early 2023, which unleashed historic rain and snow, flooding communities, destabilizing hillsides, and damaging infrastructure statewide. So climate scientists increasingly view this volatility, not simply drought, but oscillation between the extremes as the new norm for the American West. And lastly, and you guys have heard me, I've stood up here and talked about this stuff before, but the global warming impacts seem to be arriving faster than previous productions anticipated. And so long-term water planning must account for increasing instability and unpredictability. So, we were always talking about the year 2000. Now they're saying 2050. So
Yeah.
it's changed. Even in light of, what's happening with the administration, we can't, pretend that it's not happening. It's happening. So the upshot of that is rainwater recapture. That's an alternative water source for aquifer replenishment. And I do agree from what's been said here is that, and this was also articulated at the meeting, that we can't depend on the State Water Project water forever. I know that we have rights to some water that comes through there. We actually have water rights. But things will change, and there are plenty of people that have had water rights in the world that lose their water rights. And this is something, that keeps me up at night. If we're not able to continue to recharge our aquifers, and I know Ray's on here, and I believe Sarah probably knows about, our general manager also knows about this, then we would be in overdraft, and we would return to overdraft. I don't know how long that would take, but we have to think about that as it applies to the future. And I don't mean to say my piece all the way at the very top of this, and I won't be saying this much throughout, but that's a big chunk of what I wanted to say. Director Johnsberg.
I've also been kind of brainstorming alone about sources of water, and also how the major deserts in the world, like Sahara and Upper Africa and the Middle East that we're thinking about right now, how they're, and desalination obviously is one thing they're using, but they also think that we probably have no idea about. One I did hear about is that they can get water out of air, and they have devices that actually do that. When there's more humidity, or even when there's little humidity, there's still liquid in the air. And there's a way of capturing that, but I don't think anybody here knows how to do it. I think we should be exploring how the other parts of the world are, because they're in this same situation that we are, maybe even worse in some ways, because they have much poorer people not capable of, helping themselves. They have to depend on other people, other sources. So anyway, I like the way this discussion is going. And, I've said many times we should be thinking 50 years in the future, not just a 10-year budget or a 5-year budget. Anyway.
Yeah, we're assessing the long-term stability.
Yeah.
So are we saying, just let's figure out how we're doing this. So some of the comments we've made, how does the district take those comments and, without creating too wieldy of a document or too many options that have to be, our new strategic plan objectives, where would something like, for example, just what I said, rainwater recapture or capture, or, whatever it's called when the water comes flooding down the road, what is that called? And then you
Runoff?
Runoff, yeah. Right, stormwater, right. So where would that, how is that made part of this if we wanted to do that?
Well, we did have USGS here. I think that was the year before last now. And they went over what it would take to capture that water and what actually does not end up in the aquifer, which is very little, and that the ROI would not make sense because you would end up paying on the back end thousands of dollars per acre foot to capture that water. So they didn't consider it at that time when they gave us the presentation a solution that should be, considered at that time. But of course, things change.
Yeah, and so where would we put just stormwater capture as, something that would be, if you capture it, and not saying we have a direct project right now, I'm not immediately saying the district has to have a project, but that idea is captured in here somewhere.
I think we'd just be monitoring. Because,
That's what
if the technology at this point is not financially viable, we just have to keep an eye on it and make sure when it is, we know. That's how I would word it anyway, something like that.
I can put, something about consider stormwater in the description, so that it doesn't get forgotten.
When technology, develops, improves, or,
Yeah,
becomes viable, right, makes it viable. Okay.
got it.
And also, I would say inventions, future inventions that people come up with, which hopefully they will be doing them.
Very good. Well, that kind of attacked first 1.1A and B. They are kind of similar. So the 1.1C is implement effective water conservation programs. And one of those was the topic of today's public comments, which is AMI conversion. As you can see, this one's highlighted and without color. So it's the white column, I'm sorry, row. We are researching AMI feasibility propagation study as planned to begin in next fiscal year. And then if you look over to the far right columns where it says anticipated project dates, you can see that, you know, we have 2 highlighted years. One is next year for the propagation study, and then here, should the propagation study determine that the technology is viable and that we can implement it in a cost-effective manner that the board agrees to, then we can begin that in the 27-28 fiscal year.
Could you remind me what AMI stands for, or anybody listening?
Automated meter infrastructure.
Okay.
Vice President Short.
Oh, how does the process of beginning and implementing the propagation study work?
Yeah, we've actually already begun the process. Do you want to speak about it?
Sure. I had a meeting with Steve Kamiyama from Optometric. I met him during the meeting 101 board session that we had, and now he's started the propagation study for us a bit earlier than actually what's in our strategic plan. I should have an update on that around June 5th. So I appreciate that our consumers here locally can voice their thoughts on it, because there seems to be that the district has a negative outlook on AMI, which isn't correct. What I want to do is give you accurate information, and what we haven't gotten in the past is accurate information. So as soon as I know more about that, I'll be more than happy to share with the general manager and with the board as well.
So what are they gonna like look for in this study?
From what I can tell so far, they have a series of maps that they have really called collectors and repeaters, and where best in the district to cover the most amount of ground.
Okay.
These antennas would be placed. I've sent them all of our addresses so that they have that information readily available to them to see if we can utilize what we already have in place.
Okay, so
what that does is the most amount of coverage for our district. And he did admit that the technology has improved since the last time this was looked at, which is exciting. And we would have that information on a daily basis that we can share with customers as well.
And hopefully we don't have to buy more land, right?
No,
No.
in the past, that was one of the considerations. What we're learning now is we can use our existing infrastructure, and such as our reservoir sites. What gets in the way is the hilliness. So, the radio signal needs to be able to read, but and I don't say we, David, I'll give him and his team credit here, have been able to get meter reading. We use AMR technology right now, talking about converting to AMI. And we are able to do that now in
3 hours.
3 to 4 hours to read the entire district, because we're learning about the topography and how to get those reads. So we feel pretty positive that this will be, I don't want to say easy because that's not true, but it will be a change that we can make with the tools that we have. And of course, find the piece that needs to go onto the meter so that it can convert to AMI, and then the reader power is installed at the different sites. Propagation study will determine where those should be located, and then from there, what costs we associated. But we know back in 2018, I believe, when Susan Greer brought this forward at that time, it's be over $1 million to do the AMI, and now we think it's going to be a lot less.
Oh, good.
One thing I just wanted to be clear, and just like that David said, there's no negativity on behalf of the staff. We're open to doing this. We just want it to be very clear. It won't solve a problem. It's going to change the problem. So You know, it doesn't eliminate stuff, it doesn't eliminate reading, it just changes the way it's done,
Yeah.
giving more real-time
Mhm.
information.
I think the community really want it. I think that it'd be great for them. And I think we've been through a lot these
Yeah.
past 5 years, and
Yeah,
I think it'd be good to put in some infrastructure that's gonna help a lot of people.
Yeah. we agree.
Director Fitt?
I am, just for clarification, I'm trying to understand, the Flume machines, whatever, I assume it's some sort of little unit, and it's somehow incompatible with AMI. Is that a physical incompatibility?
Compatible with our current meters because it uses the same exact technology as our current meters use.
Well, what's wrong with that?
So it's redundant?
Yeah, it doesn't, so it won't work together. The old technology and the old meters, it was compatible with, but the new technology, it's the same exact thing. So
Does AMI have a consumer unit that a consumer can buy to read their monitor from a distance?
See, that is our understanding. And we, again, don't want to give you information that we don't know yet. That's why we're going through this study. But we expect there would be some, perhaps a portal that you can log into and see your usage. You don't have to buy anything. It's already there for the consumer. So a lot more to learn, though. I don't want to promise anything and then not be able to deliver it. So let us go through this study and we'll bring you back more substantial information.
Director Paul?
This is somewhat confusing. Do I understand that we just finished replacing old meters with 5,700 new meters, and that this AMI gizmo is not an attachment to our current meters? They have to be replaced.
No,
Yeah.
The meters that we have are 2/3 of the AMI system. The meter and the MXU, we need the third piece, which is what the propagation study will determine feasibility of the adding the infrastructure. So we already have the meter and we have the MXU that sends the signals out. We need the piece to capture that.
imagine you bought a pickup truck for camping,
I can relate.
okay? You needed to buy the pickup truck and put it on. That's what we.
Okay, yeah, it is a gizmo that gets attached.
So when these meters were selected, they were selected for the purpose of future AMI conversion. So it's not a real huge big deal. It's part of what is planned way back when.
And the AMI at that time was proposed in that previous staff report, and the board at that time chose to not do AMI.
What year is that?
2019.
Yeah, I kind of vaguely remember talking about
And
it.
remember the costs back then,
Yeah.
were, it was over $1 million more for AMI. This is the one time I can think of in history where the cost actually has come
Came
down.
down.
So it was
Automation.
probably good that it wasn't selected back then because it would have been overpaid.
So I have a few things. So at the President Doolittle here at the Rural Water Association meeting, there was a whole session on AMI. And I attended that. And so cellular has now come into the equation. So these systems actually can rely on cellular and don't have to rely on a proprietary system. Now, I remember when we got this system, we were having difficulty in getting information from some folks that were working here at the time to try to understand things. And I didn't really understand that it was proprietary. And I'm wondering, and again, I know you guys are doing the propagation study, and maybe that's going to be part of it, is investigating cellular. And then I also understand if it is, you don't want to sign up for a contract that just goes with one cellular character. You want to make sure that they have a backup cellular character contract. I'm sorry, not character, but cellular contract. So what about the cellular aspects?
We'll determine all that in the propagation study.
Okay, so that's something that I guess what I'm asking is we're not just going down a path saying we want all proprietary and we want to do this with the proprietary, because that company could go out of business. There's all kinds of things that could happen with proprietary setups.
We're going to ask all the questions and try to get as much clarification as possible. But we did just finish a meter installation program, took 5 years. And what I believe was in that staff report is that it was proprietary. We knew it back then, and it still is the case to our knowledge, but we're going to ask the questions because we all obviously don't want to be tied to just one option if there are more. We want to be able to see what those options are.
And there's more and more satellites going up there too, so, I mean, that's another aspect.
Yeah.
I think actually, yeah, it seems like the satellite impacted on, Iran and Iraq and communication and so I think that's speeding along quite a bit.
So, and I guess you'll also make sure that the customer portal comes along at no additional charge. These are, how long, I heard that these can just be 10-year systems, like 10-year duration systems. So that's something to consider as well. And I hope it's okay if I bring these up, even if you guys are already considering it. I want to inform the other board members and any members of the public listening. So even if the district's working on it, you know what I mean? It's good to share it in an open forum so other people can hear it.
Sure.
Can you clarify what that means?
About the 10-year system, they said that they don't that you can not expect them to. 10-year systems, if we set it for longer durations before the ping, so they'll last longer if we set it for longer durations, because then it's not wearing out, I guess, the material. So anyway, I just wanted to toss that in. That was something I made a note of. There's also, anyway, there's a whole lot of, I did one man, and I'm glad to hear the district say this, that I like that line, won't solve the problem, it's going to change the problem. One man said that they overestimated the cost savings from the drive-by AMR checks. But they can also monitor fire hydrants regarding theft. Yeah, I know, huh? Yeah. And anyway, so there's something about anticipating notifications, interactions with Link, and so anyway, I have some screenshots. Make sure we know the agreements, software updates, and how to avoid purchase orders in the future. That's it. So, you have to make sure that you're not getting in a situation where, and I know you guys know this about other things, but
You mean change orders?
yeah, change orders. Yeah. And this one says you can install endpoints with a consulting contractor quicker, months versus years. So related to this, and I made a note when I was at that meeting, and I made a note just here, is how much do ratepayers lose with leaks? So I know you said you were going to share that number. So let's be clear that I don't want a number that comes in and it's a big fat number and it includes commercial and you know what I mean? That I want to understand how much customers are having to pay for leaks, because that would also help the board determine, the amount of urgency around this. And we don't really know. And we also wanted to know, we hear in the community about somebody having a $25,000 leak, but again, there's that divide with operations, but somehow we are concerned with the customer experience, and we need to kind of know some of these things. And I don't know what the line should be on that, but there needs to, right now, we don't know anything about it. So I don't know what that number what that report needs to be. And I welcome other board member thoughts about this.
Okay.
Okay, all right, okay.
Can we do an annual water loss report?
We do. Yeah.
Isn't it included in quarterly report? There's something about
The customer
leak?
service ones as well.
Yeah.
Top 10.
Top 10.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So when we get closer, we have more information about this. We can put together a report. We can fold in the annual water loss. Very complicated, not super easy to understand. So when it finds a way to make it easier
That we could
to
understand.
digest.
When we do the water loss, is that just like mainline leaks, or is that like residential leaks as well?
It's it's all leaks.
It's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But not necessarily on the customer side. Just
Not on the, yeah.
Well,
Right.
definitely not on the customer side, but
Unless they have a big bill and complain.
right, that's how we would know, right?
We could figure that out though, because we could compare it to their average use.
Agree.
Yeah,
They
We
want to
need to
know,
ask them.
they want to know how many leaks per year, customer and district side, how much money per year is collected from customer side leaks. And we can get the totals, like how much loss we have. We can put all that together and bring it back. And that would help inform me and my district.
Great. And then I think determining when there's a conversation or when there's something that so the board's not in the dark when we, about people that are getting $25,000 leaks. And I realize that's operations, and I had that man calling me, and I eventually had to say, hey, there's nothing I can do here. You're going to have to follow up with the district. There's no influence or anything that we have. That's not why we want to know. We just kind of want to know what's happening out there sometimes. And I just don't know if it should be, a threshold, if there's, just something to think about. I know that a $2,000 bill is really injurious to a rock climber who's gone for the whole summer to Mammoth, and he comes home and he's, the guy scrapes by on $900 a month, and then he gets a $2,000 water bill because he wasn't alerted of any leaks. And as Jackie Mason was saying here, that water goes straight down. It's not like it's running down a road where your neighbors can point it out to you.
Yeah, we agree with all of that. So remember, going through this business plan, we will be here for days if we go through every single line.
This is a good one.
Yeah, this is an
Stay
important one. That's right.
Very much so, but that will become its own agenda topic, so we'll have.
Okay,
This is just to put these items in the plan, and we know what we're doing going forward, but there'll be plenty more time to talk about it. Okay, so we got through 1.1, ready for? All right, 1.2. Implement cost-effective solutions to water quality challenges. So 1.2A, that is regarding Chromium 6, and that one is completed, and that's the alternatives analysis that we did with the U.S. Water Alliance and the EPA funding, saving the district about $200,000 is what we're using to guide us in our decisions now for implementation of chromium treatment. Any questions on 1.2A? 1.2B, monitor and implement appropriate feasible industry and government USGS research and best practices. So one of the supporting projects here is monitoring well that you can see is NQ to collaborate with USGS to use existing monitoring wells to collect and monitor water quality data. One thing that I did not put in here, I probably should, is a number 2 in supporting projects, and it should be profiling, because we actually just did that. And that's profiling well 15 to determine if there's better water quality at different depths of the well. Perhaps if we get somebody out of the people and looks at that well. We've just got that data, raw data back now with BEST, who is analyzing the data to see if that is going to be something that is going to be feasible for us. So we'll know more about that soon, but it does meet the strategic plan objective, and hopefully will result in us not having to treat for chromium 6 at well 15, perhaps.
You said add it, where would you add it?
So you see
Would
where
it
it says monitoring wells, do you
Oh,
think that?
yeah,
That
yeah.
would become a number 1, and then I would put a number 2 underneath it, and it would be profiling
Oh.
well 15.
So it'd be 1.2 B1 and B2.
Essentially,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
good catch.
So I have something about, so we're on 1.2B, and profiling would be somewhere else. So we say there've been federal shutdowns, collaborate with USGS. So the board had requests of USGS, and I haven't had time to go back and look at the video to make sure that those have been captured somewhere, because what we said a lot, and then what I understood was being requested of USGS was a small slice, and I'm not sure how that slice was determined to be the most urgent question. But so that's one thing, is that I wish that I had that. But the other thing is that, we don't have to not do this because we can't hire USGS, right?
That's right. So one of the things that we are working with Mojave Water Agency is there's a gentleman there. I always get his name wrong, so I'm not going to say it. He is I believe he's an engineer and a underground water expert of some sorts. Yes, there we go, hydrogeologist. And he, in collaboration with MWA, can provide us some information and perhaps a study. And he's on my list to get a hold of. I know he's really busy as well, to come out and do a presentation that might help guide us in this one.
I think a lot of us have seen him at the
That's what
CS,
I'm thinking.
CSBA, yeah.
I heard a report.
ASB, CST, whatever it is, yeah.
Dr. Vaughn, do you remember his name? Because you were the person that gave me his initial contact. He met him at Bighorn. This is more than a year ago.
Indeed.
A strong accent, but I apologize for his name off the top of my head, but I do have his contact information, so I'll reach out to him and see if there's something that perhaps that they can do for us in that regard.
And I think I think that's great. And I also think that, you know, if it comes out in board discussions that I talked to someone named Chuck Hauser at the Rural Water Association, who actually did a lot of work and Landers after the earthquake. And his company would also be a possibility. I didn't hire anybody. I didn't make any promises to anybody. I'm just bringing a name, and then he sent me an email, and then I shared it, CC'd my reply with Vice President Short. So anyway, just sharing that.
So 1.2C, the increased investments in personnel and facilities to execute necessary water quality supply and demand activities. We have well 15. Oh, well, actually the profiling is in there, and water quality profiling project. So that, it's why to see how some of these can be similar.
I don't think I've ever seen you, if you don't mind me remarking, forget anything like that.
I forget sometimes. And then
Welcome to getting older.
I guess so.
I don't know if that's the case, but I'm saying that's my life all the time. So, oh, it's in the next cell. Yeah, okay.
Especially when I spent hours looking at this.
Yeah.
So it is indicated there. So profiling project is in process. We should have, it says January in here, but that obviously is not going to happen. So I'll update that. That will end up being sometime summer this year.
Okay.
Hope to bring you some good news. 1.3, preserve water quality or critical groundwater sources. So 1.3A, monitor levels of potentially hazardous constituents in groundwater. You can see this one is green, and we have a very, very robust sampling program. We have Amy here if you have particular questions, because he's been pretty much in charge of that program for a long time. We just did additional sampling on well 15 since it was being profiled. We took the opportunity to do a lot more sampling. You want to elaborate on that?
Yeah. Excuse me. We did some additional uranium and radiological samples while we were down there anyways. And it was a good opportunity to get different sample results at different depths, just like they were doing with the chromium. So we are awaiting all those results and best to do their analysis.
And why you'd want to do that is, remember, chromium might be different at a different level, but maybe uranium or something else is higher, and then you trade one problem for another. So what we're trying to do is avoid that situation. So while we had the opportunity to profile and see what the water quality is at different depths, we'll have a lot more information coming up. So it really does meet that particular objective very well. 1.3B, partner with SB County and Regional Water Quality Board regarding centralized wastewater treatment. And everybody's pretty aware of what we've been doing there. We have the county here on April 1st. Number 2 is consider our own septic to sewer study. I did a little bit of research on that and found if we do it on our own, the costing I'm getting is about 1.5 million. It's not cheap. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. And one other thing that can probably fit this category is tomorrow I will be at the Regional Water Quality Board meeting as they'll be re-permitting the sewer facility, the treatment facility at the hospital. So it kind of matches, what we're trying to achieve here in this particular objective. So it's probably something that you all should be discussing, is to help us understand what you want to do, because it's $1.5 million to just do a study. So
Vice President Short?
Yeah, what would be the point of us doing our own study? Just to have our own, like, we would control the sewer system?
Well, yeah, no, so this is a study and not to control the sewer system, to determine the feasibility, where the boundaries may be, where the issues lie, what, you know, so this
Yeah.
would be way more comprehensive.
And personalize what we're doing.
Yeah, so it would give us control of that, at a very, very high cost to the ratepayers as well.
I just think there's better things we could spend that money on, personally.
I'm afraid I gotta move the boundary to the other side of my property. That's.
They're gonna give it to you for free, Jane, you know. They are, and it's gonna be free for everybody.
Oh, there
in
you
the
go.
beginning.
Uh,
Absolutely.
I mean, from what I heard is the county's concern with this was based on nitrate issues. And, you know, that's a possibility with septic leach. So I think maybe we look at maybe providing programs for people to take care of their septic tanks. I think that would be.
We don't have a nitrate issue.
I-
In our strategy, it did point, you're right, though.
Mhm.
It pointed that by this time, they would be a lot more elevated than they currently are. We were on a downward trend. We've noticed that well time is a little bit of an upward trend the last 2 years, and the engineer thinks that that's because the plume from everybody being home from
Mhm.
COVID, and that will also lower in
Oh.
time, because, you
Oh,
know,
that's a
the
good
underground moves as well. So it's not at a place, though, that we need to consider treatment yet.
Mhm. Yeah,
And that's only one well. The rest of the wells is very, very low in nitrates to NCL, and on average is what I noticed. Is that right? Approximately?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have a number?
2 I saw, and most of our wells in at 10, approximately 6. But it was running around 4.
And what's the MCL?
10.
It's 10. Okay, and so 2 and 6, MCL is 10. Okay, so, oh, yeah, Director Fick?
Okay, I have a question. On this, we do have a sewer escrow area, don't we? And in other words, $5,300 is, yeah, the assessment area.
Do.
What is that up to? And if that assessment area is assessed, does that mean our sewer district would include that or not? I mean, way down the line before.
The boundaries are in our strategy. They do exist in there, and the boundaries for where we collect assessment are also indicated in there. I don't know if you wanted to remark on that at all.
No, I mean, basically, that's the case. I don't know what the future, what a future study would encompass, because it is just part of the district that's included in the old wastewater strategy.
Right.
But yes, we do collect capacity charges.
What's it up to now?
About 3 million, a little over 3 million.
We've also discovered recently, and we should probably, bring this up.
Yeah.
It's a pretty interesting topic. The strategy was implemented under, do you know the code off the top of your head?
66010 or 66001, I think is what it is. And versus the rate study, the water capacity study, which was done under government code 66013, and they are handled separately or differently, as it turns out. So we've been talking with legal back and forth about whether that will impact how we can utilize the funds in the wastewater capacity reserve. And so we're waiting for a memo from legal on that concern. Right
There is a chance that those fees may have to be refunded.
Yes. My understanding, as I've learned, when that was structured in 2008 or 9, under that wastewater treatment strategy, it was formulated under a different code than what capacity charges in our world usually are formatted under. And so within that code, it requires a 5-year finding. So every 5 years, you have to declare how you intend to use that funding. And that's something that we have not done, accordingly. And basically it seems to indicate that if you don't have immediate uses for that funding, that you should potentially refund it. So
Mhm.
that's, where we stand right now,
Okay.
trying to get more information from legal on that.
And the refund would be for the previous 5 years, not since 2008.
No, I think it would be the entire.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. So we're hesitant in terms of spending it. We're hesitant, we're just trying to get more information.
Sounds like
So
you're turning to
this
tariffs.
topic has uncovered these things that, had some cobwebs, and now we're learning as we go through this, that what needs to be done. So I might, for your consideration, say that, we continue the SB County discussions and we stay a part of that. But maybe, the board can decide what they want to do about number 2 in that supporting project. And then instead, if the number 2 goes away and becomes blank, we may consider another number 2, which is the research that we're already doing on the wastewater treatment strategy funding, to see what needs to be done with it and the best way to handle that as we learn more.
Okay, so
That'd probably make a lot of people happy too.
Director Fick, did you have something?
Yeah, I was gonna, the 1.5 million for the possible septic to sewer study on our behalf, I would feel that it's a bit more gracious with our ratepayers if we wait the year. From what I understand, the 6.3 million by the county is supposed to be spent. And I know they have an extreme bias, but if it's saving our water district $1.5 million, they are going to also have to study whether we are the better district to handle this, correct?
Right.
Okay, so
What will happen, just because they're doing the study doesn't mean that we wouldn't be the district managing the sewer.
yeah, but I've had decades of experience with the bias of the county, so it's a brave move on our part to forestall it. But I think we'd have to trust the county for a whole year.
Well, we're gonna have to be a participant in that process, so we need to make sure that our stake in the game is there and that we know what's going on and what meetings are being done, and be one of the things that Don Rao and I discussed, and President Doolittle was in that meeting, is that we have some sort of MOU so that we have an agreement of what our part is in that, because we don't want to be left out. We do have a stake in the game. But spending the money to do a tandem study seems not as smart.
Yeah.
All right, I have a few things to say. So I appreciate the preparation on this. And I don't know, you say that I don't know that we have to do a septic to sewer study. I was just thinking of a wastewater sewer study. I don't know, we have to, if the requirements have to match what the county's doing. I don't know what requirements you went with when you came up with this number, like what requirements did you put together? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Exactly.
Okay, so you're calling it a septic to sewer study and they're doing a septic sewer study. I don't know if that's a one-to-one relationship. Is that what you're saying? So you put in all the requirements that they have?
I don't know what their requirements are, so I wouldn't be able to do that. But what I did is talk to our engineer to say, if our district was going to take on sewer, we need to study the whole region and find out where that needs to happen, what the boundaries would be, where the facility would go, where the laterals would go, all of those things. So that's what I gave him, and he came back and said 1.5 million.
Okay,
After
so
some back and forth on what those parameters are.
which engineer was that?
West Coast.
Okay, so do you happen to know how much the original wastewater strategy, the draft that's online, how much we spent on that?
We don't have a draft online. We have a finalized copy that was done in 2009, and I
Oh, it was a draft forever. When did it get changed to finalized?
There was 2008 or 9, there was an approved wastewater treatment strategy. There was an update that was done later.
Okay,
And
It never got
that-
that's okay.
And that was, I think, under 300,000 for that update.
Yeah,
And do you know what the original was?
I don't know what the original.
That was pre-COVID dollars. And it was an update based on what was already there, but, I don't know. The feedback I've received is people are not happy with what's already there.
No.
You may not want to use that as the basis. You may want to start completely over.
okay, so I have a couple things to say. One is that I know I learned from talking to you, Dudek, who is the engineer of record for the county, used that data to form the initial boundaries. So that some of that data, and Dudek was the originator of it, so the county evidently decided it was good enough. So I think that that's something to consider. And I just want to say, so I see, and I saw, we'll talk about when we get to the budget, but given the county's significant investment in sewer planning at a rapid pace, along with our ratepayers' grave concerns about it, and the potentially profound implications for, governance or impact to the community, the long-term role of the water district in the basin. I mean, the impacts could be really significant to the district, even if they're managing it. I believe the board should consider whether we do want a broader and more comprehensive wastewater strategic planning effort, is warranted beyond a limited package treatment plant rate study. This is about strategic adequacy and the preparedness of the institution. And what I really believe is I don't believe we should allow another entity's planning process to become the de facto roadmap simply because JBWD lacks planning documents or technical alternatives. So what I've been in the background saying is I believe that we should have, our own strategy sufficient to protect and evaluate the district's long-term interests and options. And it doesn't have to be an enormous thing like this. I just don't know if the scale of this is right. 1.5 million. I don't know that we have to do 1.5 million to give us some information and some parameters so that we're not just being hit by this huge wave from the county, which is what I feel like we're saying if we don't do anything. Can anybody repeat back to me what I just said?
You wrote it down.
Yeah, I know I wrote it down. I just didn't know if anybody heard what I was saying. I mean, it's just.
Well, basically, don't trust county.
Well, the thing is that, I've been talking to people and I had a conversation because I feel like I'm in a echo chamber. And I just hear from people that are anti-sewer, and that's not my job as a representative on the water board. I need to hear from everybody. But I couldn't find a local developer. All these people are, coming from out of the state, out of the city, out of the county to develop here. So it's not like I could pick up the phone, but I finally found one. And I've got other things to share about what he said. But he thinks that he has his own opinions about it. I just want to say that I've reached out to somebody else, and I think that we need to be able to have something to present to the county when the county comes to us and have paid all their consultants to say, you guys could never do it. You could never do it. And that we're just going to be flat-footed and say, okay, you're right, we can't do it. And we've lost all this time, and then they're given more money. And so they've got 15, 20, 30 people working on this, little bits of their day, and we're not doing anything as far as strategically.
I'm not sure I see a need though. Like with the sewer, I mean, you found one guy?
Well, you mean found one guy that wants the sewer, you mean?
Yeah.
Right, so you don't see a need for the sewer, or you don't see a need for us to have anything to counter what the county's saying?
I think, I can understand that angle too, that,
What if it doesn't counter what the county said?
yeah.
Well, then I feel a lot more comfortable with that than having, another entity creating our future and against,
I mean, I think we already do have something to counter the county with, because their entire reasoning behind this is a nitrate problem.
Right.
And we don't have a nitrate problem.
Right, so that's another thing.
So why are we putting $1.5 million into this?
So that's the other
just
thing that we
my
can,
opinion.
that's the other thing that we can do is instead of waiting for USGS, we can hire somebody else to tell us, the environmental part of it and not, I don't think we should be talking about the land use part of it and the development that always follows sewer. That's not way out of our wheelhouse. So I'm not saying that. Well, yeah, okay. Director Flowen?
I was going to say at that time. So anyway, say the county comes up with a plan, map, regions, facilities, all that kind of stuff, and we see something in it that makes us uncomfortable. And the county may then ask, well, what is it that, why do you think this? Why are you uncomfortable? And then we would have our own plan that says something that may be at variance to what they say. So now they've got to make a decision about the best way to compromise or come forward, or give us arguments where their plan is better than ours, some specific part of it.
I have an idea. Why don't we let them do their plan? There's no urgency at this point. And then we hire somebody to evaluate the plan with our input.
For less than 1.5 million.
That's a good idea.
It has to go to LAFCO, doesn't it?
I mean, that's for the authority, but
Not
this isn't-
100%. No, that I've investigated this and the county actually has water and sewer powers that they don't necessarily have to go to LAFCO.
This isn't necessarily we're not fighting right now who's going to run it. Is there a necessity for it? So if they do the study, they spent the money, they've allocated the funds, then if we see it and we say, oh, that makes a lot of sense, then we didn't spend any money. But if we're like, there's a lot of discrepancies there, we hire somebody to tear it apart and reevaluate.
For that.
David Fick, Director Fick.
Director thing. Okay.
Time.
Question, would the county be paying for the USGS test wells for nitrate in this downtown area? Do you think
I would
That's part of the
imagine that
plan.
would be a part of it. Once they get the study, so the study will indicate what their steps will be. Right now, that's a cart before the horse. So the study needs to indicate, here's what needs to be done. So I would imagine they would either drill their own monitoring wells or use existing ones. There already are existing ones that you can partner with USGS. We have some, so there's definitely ways to
And
relate
hopefully-
data that's out there.
hopefully they can share that data with the Joshua Tree Water District?
Well, they're a public agency, know that there's issues. I hear you loud and clear and my eyes are wide open, but they're a public agency and we can do public information request on that data as well and collect that data.
And we can revisit this issue in about 6 months after we see what direction this county thing is going.
Of course, this isn't a done deal right now.
Okay.
Yeah, decision doesn't need to be made at this exact moment. This is just giving us directions so we understand what the budget for, what to plan for.
Do they have a deadline on their study?
When he was here, I think he said it would take about 3 years.
No, he said he'd do it in a year. They said a year.
It seemed like it was.
Didn't they say-
I was pressing him on that issue, and I know there's no possible way we can do it here. It's just
Oh,
not
okay.
possible. Because they have to put an RFP out. That means they have to go through the bidding process, the award process. Then they have to get that contractor up to speed with what they actually.
They don't have to do the RFP because they already have one of those blanket contracts. And they just slot that work in under one of those blanket contracts.
Well,
So that's why they did it on the consent calendar. So you could see the contract online now. Yeah, they
already have a contract for it?
Yeah, I shared a contract. I shared a contract with him just recently asking him, hey, have we ever seen this before? So I like the idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. And, and I appreciate the general manager's strategy. But I think that there's information that we're not going to get from the county and that we need to be more informed. And it could be, and then I'm concerned about how data is going to be manipulated. And then backing up from all that, it kind of goes back to what I was saying, is if we lose the 50-year view, and I use this comment where I don't want somebody 50 years from now looking back on this board and going, who was the a-hole who decided to do things like that? You know what I mean? We want to make good decisions for the future. And if we acquiesce to this or partner, whatever, which we should do if the study comes out that way, and then we lose state water project water and climate change happens, and then we go into overdraft, then the existing water rights, I'm putting those in quotes, for the people that live here have to be distributed with all the people that move here. And so that's the thing that we're talking about. We're not just talking about the sewer, it's the impact to our water use because of the development that's going to follow the sewer. It's the growth that's going to follow the sewer that we have to be concerned about. So it's not just doing a sewer.
President Doolittle, I wanted to go back a little bit. The contractor, I think you said, that you consulted with, that's local. Did they have an idea of the boundary, that would just be commercial or it would include residential or be an overlap or something?
The
to do?
study,
Hmm?
the study will determine what those boundaries are.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if he had an opinion or this person.
No,
talked to.
no, I didn't talk to anybody about the boundaries.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
I'm
if I
just curious.
Yeah, sorry if I miscommunicated that.
No, you didn't. I'm just.
We haven't had much time to talk about this. I mean, we've had some times where we've talked about it technically, some things, but there hasn't been a lot considering how much it's stirred up amongst us individually.
Yeah. So where is this in the plan, in what we're talking about there?
It's about one.
Yeah, but I mean, where is it timing wise? I mean, is it?
Well, it's what, we're waiting for direction. That's,
Yeah.
what we need you guys to tell us what we need to put in here. whether
Maybe
we're-
we should hold our opinion on it until we get through some others and see where it fits in.
Come back to it next week.
There's so many unknowns or
We
questions
did,
or.
we did enter the 1.5 in the budget when we were doing
Oh,
some
okay.
scenarios, and it increased our budget by 17% for this fiscal year, so we pull it back out.
But again, we're not saying it's absolutely that number, right? Because what we may want to invest, right, so we may not want to do that. We may want to investigate.
The price.
Yeah, we may want to investigate other things. So it may just be the plausibility of their argument. That may be all that we're doing, and that would be a different study.
Perhaps. You have to have a clearer understanding of what it is you're after so that we know how to execute it.
And I think having this time to talk has been valuable. I think we'll have more of it. So I guess, can we move on and then come back to it?
Yeah,
Like
well,
Director Charles
That's a
says?
question.
for sure.
On where it says, under the optional progress notes, number 1, septic to sewer report to the Board of Directors, November 2025. Is that when?
That's when I originally brought you a report. And then I need to add, thanks for pointing that out. I need to add April 1st is when we had
Yeah,
the county
yeah,
here.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's just, I didn't enter that in the
Okay.
note, but I'll fix that.
Okay,
And then we'll come back to that number.
'cause I don't remember November. Hearing about November, it seemed like we were all blindsided in March.
We were.
I brought it to you.
Yeah, well, I believe you, I just don't remember.
Yeah.
But it didn't have
Okay.
the kind of consequence that it did in March.
So the next page is the goal
Okay.
2. We've got goal 1 and there's 5 total. So I would recommend that we get through 2 and then take a break. That sound good? All right, this one is goal 2 is under finance and affordability. Objective 2.1, assess revenue requirements and update financial plans for establishing appropriate water rates, et cetera. 2.1A is conduct periodic revenue rate studies and assess customer affordability. So we do have the rate study, which that should be a number 1. Sorry about that. And fee study should be a number 2. The rate study will be performed in 2027. Fiscal year ending in 27, I should say, right?
Yes, do you want to add the wastewater treatment?
So one study we've never had, yeah, we should, and that would be a bullet point number 3, and you can say wastewater treatment facility rates. So we are starting to get more and more development in, hasn't fully happened yet, but it's going to. One project that everyone's very familiar with is Lovemore, and that's kind of where this is spurred off. And what we realized is we don't have any rate structure for them to put in a treatment plant.
Mhm.
So we need to do a study in order to go through the Prop 218 to develop rates for that. The only one we have in our system is the hospital,
Hospital.
and they own it, operate it, and they reimburse us with a 20% overhead. We're not going to have that same situation with other developers because they're privately owned, and it's a little bit different. The hospital that that owns it is technically a public agency. It's Morongo Basin Health District. They own it. And then they lease it to tenant healthcare. So it's a very convoluted
It
system.
was above them. Oh,
Yeah. It's very convoluted, but that will not be how it will be for other developers. And we
Right.
have at least 3 or 4 that we've all heard about. Love Mars one, there's Santorini, the one that
The yacht
looks
club.
like off of Broadway, it looks like the little Greek
Oh, yeah.
village houses. And then there's one that's being proposed up off of Alta Loma in Lacantana.
Yeah,
Alta, not Loma.
yeah.
And amongst many others, and development seems to be perking its head.
Yeah.
So we need to be able to deal with these package treatment plants should they come in, and we need to be able to assess rates for those.
Right.
Anyway, so that has to be done also in the same fiscal year. So I have some updating to do on the notes to indicate that.
So I have a couple of things to say. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The fee study is something that also is slated to be done, but we are not going to be able to handle all of those in the same fiscal year because it's all of them are heavy lift. So the fee study will be pushed into the next fiscal year, 27,
Oh,
28.
okay.
This coming fiscal year would be the rate
Yeah.
study, both rate studies. Okay, go ahead.
The fee study is the cost of service.
Well, they're all cost of service.
Oh, okay.
but There's the rates and there's.
Oh, the
rates
fee's separate.
to
Okay.
18. These are in Prop 26.
Oh, that's the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what I wanted to say was that, and it kind of goes with what we were saying before, and it's related to this wastewater treatment study rate. So, it's taken me a little while. I know it seemed like I know a lot of stuff, but I sit around thinking about this stuff and I don't necessarily always see things, but I have finally understood and see development is pushing the sewer. It's not that the county's saying, hey, we want to do a sewer because we want to protect the aquifers, which is something I believe in. It's developers are pushing that. And once the district started working on chromium, then they're like, okay, we can build now because they weren't going to build houses here, sell $1 million homes if we had chromium in the water. So we have chromium now going to be fixed, sewer's going to be fixed, and all these developments that have been in the background that we haven't been able to see, but the county has, are lined up on a runway,
Mhm.
and they're going to be hitting us boom, 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 boom. And so we've already heard that the initial boundaries, they already moved one time, the initial boundaries for the sewer, they moved all the way up to Alta Loma, which would cover Lovemore. So I'm just thinking about how much money we would spend on this or think about that because that Alta to Alta Loma residential place, I don't know anything about how sewers work, but I imagine they could get in on this too. So that's all going to move and,
Maybe they could move to Yucca Valley.
yeah, no, and this is all happening in unincorporated areas and it's happening in unincorporated Joshua Tree because we have a brand that's recognized around the world. And we bring people from around the world and everybody wants to live here because it's a cool thing to have. And we bring, tourists to Desert Hot Springs, et cetera. But we're the ones that are going to be impacted with the water for all that's going to be occurring. And so that's why, growth is part of water. So, I just wanted to toss that out. I don't think that this is a bad idea. I don't necessarily understand what we mean when we say rates, but just zooming out, that's what's happening.
Well, we feel it, and we're getting bombarded by it, and we're not prepared to handle it. We don't have the staffing, we don't have the fee structure. We have a lot of work to do to get, it's gonna make us get ahead of it, or in tandem with it at
Right.
least.
Director Fick?
Several questions regarding this package treatment facilities. You're saying that the hospital is a nonprofit, is running this. So is the rate,
A special district.
the hospital is a,
The hospital is owned by Morongo Basin Healthcare District.
Yeah.
They're a special district,
okay,
and they lease it to tenant.
okay, so if you were having to revisit the study, do you anticipate the price for a private entity going up in running it?
We don't have a price because the hospital owns their facility. And they just reimburse us. We operate and maintain it, and then they reimburse us those costs plus the overhead. And we outsource all of the treatment work as well. We don't have an in-house person that does that. So whatever costs come up with that, we get the okay and then move it through. In fact, I mean, they are very hands-off. They don't want anything to do with, they're in the business of healthcare, not in the business of septic and sport. So we tell them, that's the bid, and they say, make it happen. If
So
you
does our district charge at all for the overhead or the administration of?
50%,
20%.
22.5%.
Okay, so then if it's a private entity, do you anticipate the rate going up a bit?
Well, I don't know what I anticipate for what the rates will be. I don't know what that rate will be. And it might be different. Do we want, these are things that we need to figure out. Do we want, or do we have the ability, these are questions, I'm just putting them out there. Do we want a private residential HOA to own the facility, or should the district own the facility and operate it? It's different because what we're dealing with, the hospital is another government agency who also has obligations under the same or similar code that we have to operate under. But an HOA is a private business. And I don't think we want to get in the business of trying to figure out how to get them to pay us. I think we might be looking at this from a different perspective where we own it and then we charge the rates.
Okay, now a slightly different subject, but in the same realm. I was at the Alta Loma, Alta meeting, and they were going for septic. They aren't going for a package treatment plant because they're on 2.5 to 2.9 acres per parcel.
Right.
They say there's 18 parcels. Somehow I've seen the schematic and it's like, how did they do this? It's like amoebas, parcels go. And I'm confused by the Santorini project because it's 80 acres divided into 32, so it's all 2.5 acres. So why do they need a package treatment plant?
They may not. I don't know the answer to that yet. I have to see the plans and what the whole project's going to be. I don't know the answer to that. They may not. They might be okay.
I think they're a big bluff because, their base is a UPS station in San Fernando as far as the mailing stuff goes. And is it worth them to put in a package treatment plant to have control, to have all the blue tiles go on top of all those mansions? That's the question. So
There's a lot to learn here.
Where is that?
And we may not want to own it either. I'm just saying that we have a lot for us to figure out what that looks like.
So the Santorini project is on Broadway, west of La Fernie, no, east of La Fernie. It's 80 acres and it's all undeveloped so far. And it's
Sunfair.
it's
Yeah.
Oh, not
like fair.
It's south, it's
Let's,
south of
we
that
can take that
castle.
offline where it is. We can take that offline.
I hadn't heard about it. I'm sorry.
So, I would like to offer that. I think we need a policy on this. The board
Yeah,
needs
we
to
do.
set a policy.
Yeah.
What, yeah.
Yeah, we do.
How do you see it? What do you?
Yeah,
What
because-
is the policy
because
for?
it's kind of new to us.
Yeah, it is for us too. So
I mean, for the,
to make a policy on something we don't understand, I don't think we're quite there yet. We need to understand it.
No.
Well, I didn't say tomorrow.
yes,
You know,
exactly.
but speaking of the future, and I forgot this joke earlier, if we're gonna do any refunding of money to ratepayers, can we do it in 2028 when I am running for office?
You can go door to door.
That was a joke.
Oh, there
That was
you
a
go.
joke for the record. That was a joke. Yeah, Director. Flo.
Thank you, I forgot that.
That's fine.
In the old days, there was this expression, development pays its own way. Is that codified someplace or is it just sort of a philosophy?
See on that right now.
It doesn't pay its own way.
No, it should pay.
It should.
Yes, and that should be.
We could have yeah.
And then how do you, like say if they tie in Lovemore to this municipal system that we're going to have down here, what part of it do they pay for and when? That's some of those kinds of things. If it was just a package treatment plant that they had up there, it'd be much, much simpler to cost it out rather than if they're going to pay a percentage or something of a community-wide system of some kind. It's going to be some tricky business.
Well, they're not even gonna hook up, they're never gonna have that many houses, people living in
yeah.
them, and that a sewer would serve. I mean, it's, I don't know how they would do it. They'd have to put the sewer in before the houses.
I was gonna
Director
say,
Fit.
yes, if Lovemore is going to wait for the sewer to come in, it'll be 10 to 12 years minimum.
Yes.
So that ain't gonna happen.
Thank you.
He's just gonna wait. Get things moving along.
Well, that's another thing. I have questions on that because I was very close to that project as far as its it's concept. They have a concept of a project because they counted the density, they counted.
I just make sure this is related to
The
water.
planners went according to the density of the mountains and not the desert. They're that brash in what they did. So it's in litigation. It'll be defeated, is my guess. And I have more information to put out, but I don't. What?
That ends.
Litigation?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, so they're meeting May 21st, I think it is, and it's a hearing on just the feasibility, the basis of it at all. So
Yeah, and it's
in Victorville.
going to be a stay on it too, because that's usually what courts do on a project. If it's half-assed, which this one is, they usually put a stay on it, which means no progress should be done on it. So they shouldn't be contacting us.
I
You
wanted
said when we
21st, yeah. I mean, I'll double check that. I can send it to you. Because I just checked today, Atlas told me. So I appreciate this conversation and I want to thank the district's openness. I know we want to take a break in a few minutes, but something else that, I've been working on and looking at in the background is, again, the impact to our water system of all of this development and the fact that it appears, and it seems to be proven over and over again, that the county is not following CEQA. And I don't know that the water district has to be in the business of serving water if the county's not following CEQA with these developments. That's something we're going to have to look at. Regarding this treatment study rate, I understand and I appreciate the district being forward thinking about that. But Lovemore wants, just for an example, they're planning on putting that package plant at the corner of their property so that everybody downwind of it is established residents, established ratepayers. And so the district will be in the business of owning something that's going to infuriate all the neighbors. I'm not saying you're promoting that. I know, I'm not saying you're promoting that. I'm just saying that, so that's what we'd be agreeing to. So maybe the word isn't policy, it's not procedure. What is it called? Where we say, hey, we're not in this business. No, but what's the word though? It's not a procedure.
It seems to me,
it's not a policy, but it's
hearing the state is,
no, it's not something.
because the state wants to promote housing, they are now talking about getting rid of CEQA so that they can promote more housing. And what does that mean to us then?
No, there's actually legislation regarding that, and because one of the big things that was at Aqua was permitting and how permitting slowing everything down. So
Yes,
that's part of
exactly.
it. So that's part of it. But
Yeah.
I don't know if we, had any conclusions based on 2.1A.
Okay.
Yeah. It's mentioned over here in the optional progress notes that a fee study is planned in 2026.
Yeah, and that will be updated because it's, yeah,
Okay, good.
so 28,
Because you said 27, 28.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the upshot of what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, that's projects he's trying to fast track it, which I imagine developers would do. And, I don't know how much this would cost, this treatment study thing, but I guess we would still have to do it for outliers maybe, right? So not just people that could potentially be on the sewer. So it makes sense.
This in particular would be for package treatment plants only. So any developments or any development that would have a package treatment plant where we would have to end up operating it and need to bill customers, bless you. This is what that would address.
So, but that's associated with the Colorado River, what is it? Regional Board. Can they make Joshua Basin Water District run one of these plants for somebody?
I think it's already in our rules and regs.
It is.
Yeah.
Rules and regs is what I was trying to say instead of policy. Rules and regs. Yeah.
I'm not,
The rules and regs are our policies though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Regulation is what the word I was trying to get, not necessarily a policy, but maybe that's it.
We have that authority. That is the sewer authority that we have is over package treatment plants. And so what we are trying to avoid is being in a situation where one of these developments really comes to fruition and we have nothing in place to bill with. So, yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I can't just use Venmo, right?
For this to be a rate structure.
One of the less fun things that we have to look forward to.
Yeah, it is. All right, so I have some updates to make in that particular row. We'll bring back a fresher copy next week with those updates, but as of right now, we have planned the rate study for 26-27, the rate study for the package treatment plants for 26-27, and the fee study for 27-28. And we'll
Okay.
update those comments and we can.
You mean budget year, 26, 27?
Budget year,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Next two hopefully will be relatively quick. They are green, which means they are either completed or they're ongoing maintenance. You need more green right here.
Mhm.
2.1B is considered alternatives to the policy of pay-as-you-go funding. We've executed 2 agreements, one with Ridgeline and one with Rojas to help us with looking at our future forecasting for long-term forecasting for our budgets. And then we've also engaged with Rojas to help us look for other funding so that funding everything. I was going to save this for the GM report, but I don't know that we'll even get to that today. So we did have the visit with Senator Schiff, and it went very well. And he did sign a letter in support of our project, which means now both sides, we officially have letters for the full 3.5 million. Still have to go through all of the rest of the rigmarole, and we won't know till December, but it looks like right now they didn't do any slashing at this point, and the still the same 3.5 is allocated. So now it's got to get to the president's desk and a couple of other committees, I'm sure, on its way to sign. So we're working through those processes. And then 2.1C is the review the current lien process, and that also has been done. I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit, and or you could.
We talked about that last, I'm sorry.
Still going on?
Yeah, yeah, talked about that last August, around the time that we discussed the bad debt. And we did an analysis at that point, and everything's still plugging along, in that same process. So we don't anticipate there being better method at this point, but we'll always be open to other ideas for collections.
All right, and then 2.1D, revised grant management policy, and that is something we have queued up for this coming fiscal year. 2.1E is pursue cost-effective grants for capital improvement projects. So we do have anticipated the SRF funding application, working with Ridgeline on that. Some point this year will be submitted. We're also talking to a couple of grant writers, and then we hope that we'll have some more information about potential grants in the future.
What is SRF?
State revolving fund
Oh,
application.
sorry.
No, that's okay. Good question. In 2.1F is explore opportunities for alternative sources of income to offset costs, labor burden. So that's really something that we're monitoring if something comes up, but right now we don't have a project allocated to that particular objective.
President Doolittle speaking. This isn't necessarily an alternative source of income, but I can't remember if I mentioned it before. Has the district ever investigated charging more for water during the summer? Because I understand other districts do that. Can we not do that as a special district? I'm not talking about the feasibility of it on the accounting functionality. I'm just saying, leaving that aside, how hard that might be. Just, is this
What would
possible?
the incentive be there?
Well, it would be a conservation incentive, I guess.
We can only charge cost of service. We really charge for conservation purposes. But so, if it fit into the rate structure in some way, in the sense that we could attribute additional pumping costs.
It costs us more. Well, I mean, having to leave those trucks, leaving those trucks running for air conditioning, that costs us more.
Yeah.
So that's what I was thinking. Yeah, that the wear and tear and stuff. And that might be miserable to try to figure that out.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to
complex, but
toss it out as an idea.
It's a matter of, how much time we want to devote to it, how much,
How much we think we'd get out of it, yeah.
we pay for a rate study. We have a rate study coming up, but that would be a more complex version of a rate study.
You're a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's summer here, right? Too.
Yeah, and then there's that too.
There's lots of
Anytime,
more.
I haven't heard of anyone doing that.
Yeah, it's the second time I've heard it and I just never have brought it back.
Who do you know that's doing that? Oh,
But I'm sure if I find out. So anyway, I just wanted to offer that. And I mean, the alternative sources are like, things on our water reservoirs, right? The antenna on our reservoirs.
Yeah, we looked into that actually and found that it ends up being a GASB nightmare. So the cost doesn't really offset the actual work. You don't end up earning enough to make it. It did used to be, but GASB changed the rules.
SB 87.
Yeah, and
Basis.
now it makes it, very expensive to do that kind of project.
There's some updating on dates over there, plus 21 E ends with an end sign. Is that related? But I see some words up there that are not here on the printout. After the and, it says.
It's just the way Excel spreadsheets are, there's more in the cell.
Yeah,
than
yeah,
on
but
the print.
but the and doesn't go to 21F.
I don't have it on mine.
Yeah, so pipeline replacement is missing.
It
It's just
says-
saying 2.1E.
Right here. It's
Oh.
at the end,
I
it's
see.
there,
Ampersand,
there's two more words I'm not quite reading.
pipeline replacement.
Pipeline, okay, rep, it says.
Yeah, our EPL, I'm
Oh,
guessing.
well, there's an
it's
L,
replacement.
yeah. But there also, it says the application will be submitted
Yeah.
December 25, so was it
No, it
submitted?
was not.
Oh, okay, so
And
update the
it's-
date?
Yeah, the date will be updated.
Okay,
There was a few reasons that we did not submit it, but we're working with Ridgeline and it's pretty comprehensive process to submit that application. And there was no deadline that we missed.
yeah,
Not submitted.
okay.
All right, thank you for pointing those things out. 2.2.
256, so we're gonna keep moving?
Let's finish that. We only have 3 more to go on this goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're all green, so it should be 0.2, manage financial reserves consistent with policies, et cetera. 2.2A, this one here, the camp investment strategy met this objective.
Oh, yeah.
Bless you. So that is completed with ongoing maintenance and Anne brings back annually now, I believe, in a presentation that talks more about that. And of course, if there's changing needs or something new, we're going to be looking at that as well. So just part of regular operations now. 2.3, continuing to seek efficiencies in managing physical assets and resources. This one says identify innovative strategies to save money for efficiency and operations. And we do use time of use pumping strategies, pumping when it is the least expensive time to pump, which is one of our highest costs.
Yeah.
And then if you flip your page over to the back, that's 2.3B. And that's improving and maintaining asset tracking and management systems. And we had 2 projects that met that objective. One was implementing Asset Panda, which is a program that we use to track all kinds of things, but it really started from attractive expendables. We're expanding it out to all the different iPads and pencils and vehicles and assets. And then we did complete the Geosystem overhaul, which was pretty comprehensive. And that just is always going to be ongoing maintenance with additional modules added or edited as needed. All right.
Director Pick.
Yes, what is the most ideal pumping times? Okay.
That's a good question. It changes when Edison decides to change their mind, but currently they are, we don't pump anytime between,
4 to 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Is when
we don't pump. So, yeah, the only time, one of the only times that we would is if we knew, and this happened in the past, that we were going to have rolling blackouts or brownouts. We may pump so that we can make sure our reservoirs stay full if we know we're gonna be without power for a period of time. You remember that happened, I think, was that last year? And we had all those winds and all the fires. So that was one time where we went ahead out of our strategy and pumped, because if there was going to be a concern of fire, you don't want to be without water.
Yeah.
So we made sure our reservoirs are full, but otherwise we stay within those strategy, those timeframes.
Is the rest of the time a flat fee as far as, or is it also undulating?
It's different based on the hours, but typically that outside of that time is roughly the same. You remember?
I don't know exactly how the billing works, but typically our peak pumping hours are from midnight to 8 AM. That's when it pumps the most.
And that's when it's the cheapest.
President Doolittle has questions. So on, I know we're all getting tired, 2.3A, so identify innovative strategies to save money for energy efficiency and operations. So when we mean energy, we only mean electrical energy?
Question for you guys. This is your.
Okay, so solar, I know solar's in here somewhere else, so it seems to me that solar should be here. Does anybody else on the board, did anybody else see that or think that?
Well, no, it's not a physical asset yet. We don't have solar, so it's not something we can manage under this one.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's, okay, got it. It had to be the physical asset.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know there wasn't a supporting project for 2.1 but I'd like to advocate for reducing meter reading to offset costs and labor burden. Because it took us a year of trial and error, and we had 2 routes, and we had one staff doing the north route, one staff doing the south route, and it would take each of them a 10-hour shift to get meter reading done. And now we have one route, one field staff, and it's taking 3 hours. So previously, those 2 individuals were driving over 200 miles once a month. So wear and tear on the fleet vehicles, fuel.
Dirt roads too, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, real weird
Yeah,
there.
that was actually a really success that David and his team and a lot of the field staff as well were successful in fixing that issue. So it does, we don't have the numbers in front of us, but it is saving the district quite a bit of money. All right, break time.
So at this moment, we're pausing this workshop for a break and let's return at 3:20.
Take it in time.
Yeah, sure.
All right, we're resuming the workshop here. And General Manager Johnson, if you pray continue.
Goal 3, facilities, infrastructure, and environment stewardship. So this is a front and back. And at 3.1, review and update the capital improvement plan. We'll strike through, we used to call it CARP, but we've updated that to the CIP, capital improvement plan. 3.1 is a repeat of what we saw previously in goal 2. So that just kind of circles back and points it to 2.1B. 3.1B is continue data analysis of leaks and pipe breaks to prioritize pipe replacement and consider alternatives to accelerate the pace of pipe replacement. So a couple of objectives and projects we've done to support this objective is the geosystem overhaul, which is also we talked about previously in 2.3.B, and then outsourcing of pipeline replacement. And you will see forthcoming in the next month and a half or so, hopefully the bid award for outsourcing Belmont. So that'll be our next project for pipeline. The RFP is being developed as we speak, and we'll go out to bid, similar like how we did to One Reservoir. And it will be brought to the board with the award. So we will be able to reevaluate at the end of that to determine if it's what we need to continue doing. Any questions there?
I got a quick question.
Sure.
I remember that we were getting our pipes from Canada. Are we still doing that? Or have we found an alternate seller?
They are anymore. You have
Oh,
Sure, I
Okay.
did not, I will find out from that.
Well, something happened because the price changed.
Yeah, there's tariffs.
Yeah, and it was also, that was all, only thing that was available. It wasn't our first choice, but it was
Mhm.
the end of that COVID years. So,
oh, right.
I'll find out.
The price went from 23 something to, I think, 16 something.
Oh,
Yeah, I took that as good news.
Yeah.
It is.
oh,
Something we probably need to talk about, and it might be in this bullet. Consideration of selling some of the CIRP equipment that was purchased for
oh.
in-house pipeline
I
replacement.
had that as a note.
Yeah.
Like, what about extra trucks? Didn't we end up with extra trucks?
No, we never, probably, but we do have some equipment that Ray's go through and
Hmm.
listed out. We never had enough trucks is the problem, so.
So, but the people that left, there wasn't like one or two leftover trucks?
You're tripling up in trucks. No, we've never.
So all the trucks we have now are all being used.
Every single one, and we're short. If once we hire director of ops and the maintenance supervisor, so one truck is slated in the budget for next year.
What are we talking about selling?
Do you remember the list that Ray?
Is he still on?
I was wondering about the asphalt. We're gonna keep that thing, the asphalt thing?
Zipper, asphalt zipper.
Oh, okay. That's what I was
It
wondering
was
about.
really specific.
Yes,
This is-
you need about 5 or 6 pieces that
Yeah.
were specific that we need to probably consider.
And the vacuum,
You want to keep that.
we want to trade, he wants to trade that in, yeah,
They
for
were,
another vacuum.
But that would be revenue. Is that revenue or is that, what is that called?
If we sell it, yeah, that
Yeah,
would be revenue.
But that's not included in here. There's estimates of what
It's
those
not.
are. So that would just be, you'd have to adjust the budget in the future.
It would be miscellaneous revenue,
Okay.
yeah.
But remember, we have a loan on that equipment, so that,
On the pipe, yeah, and stuff.
the equipment, not the.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
So there's a lot to consider there, but.
I was talking about the CIP. Don't we still have a bond or a loan on that we're looking at?
On the.
And the audit, I was reading an audit.
Yeah, we have a $3 million loan that we still owe, I don't know, 2 million, about 2 million on, or maybe 1.75 million. And, but we purchased all that equipment with that loan, as well as doing the initial project, which was Saddleback. So I'm working with legal to find out if there's any limitations on us being able to sell that equipment before the loan is fully repaid.
But then we would apply those to the loan, right? We'd use that miscellaneous.
I mean, to be discussed.
That's what I was just gonna ask. What we're gonna do, I would suggest paying off the loan.
That seems like the most reasonable.
I don't think it would be enough to pay off the loan, but.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? An
It's
excavator?
depreciated.
Uh,
Yeah, all the equipment is depreciated by now, so we don't have an amount. We have no amount as far as what we would be able to sell those for. We haven't gone that far yet. But I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be 1.75 million.
What do we go through to sell it? It's not like we're gonna be selling it on Craigslist.
It's a government website.
Okay.
Yeah, GovDeals. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And,
So we'll bring that back as a full item so we can get your direction as to what, to do with the equipment. That might be something that we put here. Three point two, construct and operate facilities and equipment to meet compliance with state and federal regulations. 3.2A, plan for the construction and startup of the Chrome 6 treatment. So we have that project underway. We're working on piloting this year, as you know, and then more to come next year with design engineering and all that good stuff. And yes, I know we still have the outstanding litigation. We should have some sort of answer, hopefully by June. So as soon as I find out, I will be sure to share that with you.
I Google it every morning.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, no answer yet, but I've been told it's good news because they could have, the judge could have easily written a letter that just dismissed it.
Yeah.
And
So
taking
taking
the time to really go through it is good.
is the CR V1, the usual way of,
There's
how
several.
did we do that? I hadn't seen
Yeah,
that before.
there's several ways to do it. Yes,
Okay.
that is one way. The R is typically lowercase, but we've been doing it, yeah.
We need a policy on that. Did anybody have any questions? Because I did have a question. Okay, President Dulaw have a question. So, we're still using this $60 million number, but we really don't know if it's a $60 million fix, or has that been decided and I haven't heard it?
Well, that's the alternative analysis we did with Jacobs, the engineering estimate from them, that's where we got that number from. So we won't know the number until we get through pilot study and we begin design with the engineering firm that is chosen to do that portion to give us a better, more dialed in estimate. But we are working to bring those costs down. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do that, but yeah, we're still working with that number as of right now.
Okay, thank you. But we used to say 20 to 60 million.
We've only said that once, and that.
Well, I heard
was
it.
Yes, that was at the Chromium workshop that we had in March. And we said that was a best case scenario. And then, but we're still talking worst case scenario because we can't start talking best case because we don't have all the facts yet.
Okay.
If well 15 turns out we don't need the treatment there, how much would that save us?
Well, it's a great question. What it would do is eliminate having to treat that particular well. And then we would have to re-strategize our pumping strategy. That may become our well, that is our primary well. That said, the deeper you go, you end up losing some of the, what's it called,
The suction head.
the suction head that pushes the water out. So you lose the velocity of the water coming out. So you might not get as much water. Right now it pumps how many gallons per minute?
The new pump and motor setup is about 1,065 gallons a minute.
Right, so that could be reduced to 800. You know, we don't know until we get more information.
Okay.
So
Increase the power cost too.
it could, but if you do the ROI on that, it may end up being cheaper for the first time anyway. And then we may have to put a bigger motor on there, you know, so there's other things to consider. So it would be a game changer though, in terms of the cost of treatment overall, because we wouldn't have that operations and maintenance cost on that particular well for purposes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, President Dulaw, I have a couple questions. Where is well 15?
Lafernie, from.
Okay, it's that way.
Yes.
That way.
East.
That away. Okay, so, this $60 million, so how is that impacting our budget right now? I mean, I've gone over the budget numbers and everything. It's not really impacting the budget because it's just a number in the sky, right?
There's a $1 million, well, in 26-27, there's $1 million in the budget. That's for pilot testing and design and a little bit of general cost. And then I think in 25-26 revised, there's about 150,000. So, you know, that's where we are right now towards the 60 million that, as far as we know.
All right, so we are starting to incur costs toward it, but not a high amount yet. The high amount is going to be when we engage with engineering and design, and then of course, actual procurement and construction to put the treatment in. So that's where.
Understood that. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't, you know, the budget that we were looking at, I didn't think it was in it.
No.
Right, so, but I just wanted to double check and say that.
And of course, there'll be some changes to that too, should we get this $3.5 million funding measure from the federal government, then that's going to reduce costs. But that's going to come with a whole string attached to it as well, and how fast we get all of those good.
And that also brings up requesting money from the state revolving fund and the idea that those have to be shovel ready, right?
That is one of the problems we're running into with grants, is they want shovel ready project, and this one's not shovel ready yet. And shovel ready doesn't mean putting shovel in the ground tomorrow. I had wrapped my head around that too. It just means that you have the design ready to go, and we don't yet.
Did they cover the state revolving fund at Aqua? Because when I went last year, it was almost nothing.
You mean how much money was that? No, they didn't mention that. No. Director Draws?
Yeah, on that point, Ray, I was thinking that maybe we should say estimate under costing or up to a little waffle.
I'm not gonna say up to, this is an
Or
internal
estimate
document.
or
This is
something.
not for public consumption.
Okay,
This is just what we know we're working with.
Okay.
So when we get better pricing based on design and engineering, then we'll make the edit. But I still want to
Okay,
live in the land of reality that it could be this. And
that's the number they've been talking or brought up.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have a hope that we can get it down to the 20 million number, that we can get the 3.5 million this year. We go back to Washington DC, get another 3.5 million. And then, really, that would be ideal. And then the district's only funding a little over 10, whatever SRF might be able to give us. I mean, that's my hope and a prayer, but
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
Well, and we know that in getting a grant, to show that you're successful at it, at least the first step, that helps you be successful in the future.
Yeah.
Good.
Right. Are we ready to move on to the next one? 3.2B. This is managed district for cost effectiveness. So we had quite a few initiatives in here. This was a whole fleet revamp initiative. In the job description after the components, task to regulatory appearance, leveraging viewer asset data for asset tracking, purchasing the bin truck, and then hiring a mechanic. So all of those have essentially been completed. GeoViewer is happening right now, adding some forms in there for the new mechanic to track and complete maintenance reports for each of the vehicles he works on. But that was a big initiative, and it is completed but requires ongoing maintenance. 3.2 is one of the ones that circles back to another, is the sampling program, the 1.3A. And 3.3, provide work facilities conducive to employee engagement, collaboration, harmony, productivity, well-being. The first objective is 3.3A, which is continue to identify and evaluate ways to improve staff interaction and adequate workspace. So we've added monthly load-downs, which we'll talk about in 4.1B. And then we evaluated workstations for ergonomics and functional workspace. And we did the whole building refresh. It's not too long ago, less than a couple of years ago. And of course, we'll reevaluate as it goes on and people change or what they're using changes. I think our staff pretty well aware that if they have a need, that they can bring it up, and we'll try to do our best to accommodate.
Didn't we have some progress on the EV requirement or possible requirement for vehicles? Wasn't there some progress to exempt?
In what way?
Exempting some of the, no, exempting the vehicles from being EV. Yet where it would be not,
They delayed it.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
moved
I
the
mean-
goalpost. It was supposed to be, I think, this year, and they
Yeah.
moved the goalpost out a little
yeah,
bit further.
but I think it's also CSDA or one of them
Yes,
that's
they were,
fighting against it.
yeah, they were a strong advocate in
Yeah.
in helping with that, at least. with
But it
those
seemed like there's at
agencies.
least acknowledgement of the need
Yeah,
to waive some businesses, some industry.
So can this President Doolittle, can we just back up? Because I was having to look at some other things. So on 3.2C, so I know I heard you talking about sampling program, but set a triggering point. So how does that triggering point set?
it's set by the state MCL. So if the state has a 10 MCL and we're starting to reach that, then that would be our triggering point. So for instance, nitrates. We know now that we've had 2 years at 10 of rising. So that's something we're going to watch. And if we get to 7, then we're going to need to have a discussion, find out what's going on with that well and look at options. That is one of our oldest wells. So we need to talk about, do we want to re-drill? Do we want to treat? The one good thing about Chrome 6 treatment is it will reduce some of the nitrate load, not all of it, but it will reduce some. So we would, just like we have always done, follow the state MCL. And as we reach, if we close for those MCLs, hopefully we don't, because water tends to stay pretty static, at least ours has. Then we'll need to talk about treatment options.
If I may, I would say that it seems like we would need some sort of a policy on that, or is there some, you say there's the MCL, but is there some sort of state mandate once you reach 7, then you have to start doing something, or is that a number you just suggested?
No, it's 7.5. They trigger us once you get to a certain percentage of being under that top number. So they will trigger us and say, hey, you guys have reached 7.5 out of 10, and you need to start monitoring and watching this because they want you to be below that. So when they say 10, they don't really mean 10, they mean 7.5.
So a couple of things then, is, you know, I think the board then would want to look, it's just like cancer where you don't start treating the cancer until you have it. You know what I mean? You kind of back up a little bit and say, would the board want a policy and say, we're going to start, we want that, the triggering point to be 6. You know, that would be something I think we need to consider, not necessarily just going with what the state says.
On what basis though? Because if we're going to start treating, that's going to be, you know, $10 million a site, as we've seen with Chromium.
Well, no, this says a triggering point to update wastewater strategy. So I was just saying maybe that's at 6 or something, because, you know, we really want to know, because that's where the county is saying that we have this problem and we very much care about the health of our aquifers. So that's what I was saying. So, and then then that made me forget what I.
But be careful about arbitrarily picking numbers. That is what the state did on Chromium too. And they just picked 10, they couldn't pick 15. So we want to be, you know, thoughtful that when we go through that process. I'm not suggesting we don't have a policy, just that we need to have a basis for why we're picking the number.
Absolutely, we need a basis for picking that number. I just, you know, I could have said 2. I could have said 8, you know, I just was picking a number. If we have, well 10, we have some nitrates in there. So we don't know if the county could say, well, that they're basing their study on the nitrates that are in well 10. You know what I mean? Or is it, we don't know if it's an overall thing, and right?
I don't know what they're going to, I haven't seen what they're going to base it on, but I don't think it would be done well. I think they would need to look at our entire system.
I would like to suggest, and I made a note of this somewhere else, that we have a presentation on nitrates. Because we don't know, and we're, you know, all I've been saying to people, because people are asking us, and that's why I would want us to have a presentation, not just because I'm curious, although I am curious. I've been saying, well, we don't really have a problem with nitrates. And so then I was thinking, I'd heard, well, you cannot have a problem with nitrates one year, and then boom, all of a sudden you have it. So then I go to the Rural Water Conference and I say that somebody, they said, no, not necessarily. So I don't really know. And so I can't really say to people to reassure them about what the district standing is with nitrate right now with the pressures that are coming from the county. So I don't know if anybody else agrees that would be a good idea for a presentation or an agenda item. If we should have let's get that answered first. Does anybody else agree with that idea? That we need
A
that?
presentation of some sort.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be long, I'm sure.
No. I mean, it could be a memo, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be just some information. Director Fitt?
Yeah, I was curious, you're talking about overall the district. We have a row of wells sort of down center in the district. And I was curious, I assume we have the USGS test wells in the northern parts of the district. I mean, we still have about, 40 square miles north. I don't know how many aquifers we have out there. I know that the 2 we have. Is there another aquifer north of that?
Not to my knowledge, it's 2 aquifers. There's the one on the north side, the Copper Mountain aquifer, and then the Joshua Tree aquifer on the south side of the Pinto Mountain fault line is pretty much the dividing line of that. And as to where monitoring wells are, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know. Anne dug up a list recently and had some addresses, so I could find that out. I don't know where they all are.
Oh, Director Flowers.
I could do more. I got longer arms than that. So I'm assuming there's a significant difference between a producing well and a monitoring well, which I'm thinking a monitoring well is significantly cheaper to put in.
100,000 is my understanding.
Yeah, that's somewhat more manageable. Also, I'd kind of like to confirm that there is not some sort of accessories that we can add to our Chromium 6 systems that will treat nitrates too. I thought I read that somewhere, but I'm not sure anymore.
The systems they're set up where you can add more vessels if you ended up having an issue, but so that you could start treating for a different constituent such as nitrates. But nitrates my understanding is they do compete with Chrome 6 on that resin, and some of that's naturally going to come out through that process.
Well, something to look into.
You mean when you say it's going to compete with that, that it would cancel out the absorption of the chromium, or that it would also absorb some of the nitrate?
Also absorb some of the nitrate. Yeah.
Great.
I think one of the things that we probably need to put into this particular item supported project wise is the hospital permit that's being hopefully approved tomorrow, that's going to require now a new monitoring well and a study that we're going to be responsible for administering this fiscal year. So that is a major project that does it does touch on this objective though.
Who's gonna pay for that?
The hospital owns it, so they should pay for it, but who's going to pay for it in resources and staff time is going to be us. They'll pay that 21.5%, 22.5% administrative fee, but there'll be a lot of participation from staff here.
Do they know about all this yet?
I do. That was tricky. And you guys share your concerns about the county. We also had a similar situation with the regional board where they kept sending all of the information directly to me and not including any of the stakeholders. And I kept sending them messages back saying, you need to send it to the owner. You need to send it to the engineer. Here's their who they are. Here's their email addresses. And it wasn't getting done. Finally, they got notified and the owner contacted me and said, why haven't I heard about this? I said, I've been trying to get it to you, but they finally have made that connection. But it was not there to begin with, that's for sure. But it is a complex situation because you have the owner, you have the tenant who is tenant, and then you have us. So it is complicated. I understand the structure is complicated, but it's less complicated when someone tells you who you can get a hold of.
The tenant is a large corporation too, based in Florida.
Yeah, so what,
Texas.
Not here anyway.
yeah, what the healthcare district will do in regards to charging, I think they're gonna charge it to tenant will reimburse them and they'll reimburse us. So it's a big rigmarole.
Well, David, Director Vic here. Tenant took over about 10 years ago, the High Desert Medical Center situation. And back then they had about 75 hospitals. They're a for-profit company. They moved from California to Texas because they're less regulated in Texas. Because in California, it was $440 million worth of fraud through Medi-Cal.
Oh, right. Not in Texas.
H2.
So are we in agreement to adding the hospital monitoring well and study to this particular objective?
But would that help us too? I mean, the
We're gonna
monitoring
get data
part?
out of it, but it doesn't help us when we have 25 capital projects next year and 5 studies.
Okay.
It adds to the workload.
Oh,
But that monitoring well with the hospital would inform some of the other package treatment plants, isn't that right? No?
that's what I was
I
wondering.
mean, it's good information to have. How it's utilized, I don't
Okay.
100% know. We offered them solutions such as we have 2 wells that are essentially downstream from that facility and they don't have increased nitrates. So we already have the data, but they
Oh,
still want they still want to study and they still want a monitoring well. That could change tomorrow. So we'll see what happens at that board meeting. But I don't anticipate it will change. Okay. 3.3. Skip down to 3.3A, continue to identify and evaluate ways to improve staff. I'm sorry, we did that one already, didn't we?
Yeah.
We went back up. Okay.
B.
B, evaluate real property currently owned and rental opportunities to address district needs, considering offsetting costs and labor burdens. We don't have a project slated for this one yet. We did evaluate a property that came up for sale recently as maybe another opportunity for us, and we realized really quickly that is not a great option. It's the old PG&E building.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty awful. So unfortunately, both ways you look at it, we don't have a lot of commercial property in Joshua Tree. So when something comes available that's of potential opportunity for the district, we definitely will bring it up. And otherwise, I'm not really certain, we'll look for direction from the board on this one.
I think the housing costs and property in general right now are just way too expensive to justify an investment, because I think they're probably gonna go down in the near future.
So maybe this is a two monitor.
Yeah,
So I have a question. So we're talking about 3.3B. It says evaluate real property currently owned and rental opportunities. But it doesn't say evaluate property to buy. And that's what you're
Oh,
saying,
right,
and that's
right.
what you're
I
saying.
think it's in another objective, but I just built it in because it kind of,
Okay,
they kind of go together.
okay, yeah, okay, I just was, so, but we haven't talked about what's the evaluation of the real property currently owned and the rental opportunity, what does that mean?
We don't know, these are your objectives, but we don't really know on this one. I don't understand fully.
Okay.
Well, I've been thinking a long time ago about renting empty storefronts for like, if we wanted a meeting of the board in the public that would attract people where they walk by and could come in, kind of thing. We might rent a space like that at some point, rather than building, which we were talking about building back when Mark was here.
Yeah, there was that discussion as well. Yeah.
I think this was to offload something that we currently own to offset.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay,
You mean rent it out?
sell it. Director
Or-
Rowe?
Okay.
So my recollection from the strategic planning meeting, I think this was really similar to one of the objectives we had earlier, which was evaluating like tanks, whether we could lease them out for tower facilities, things like that. Which the consideration of offsetting costs and labor burdens relates to the GASB 87 that we discussed as a burden with that type of an arrangement. So I'm not sure why we have it kind of twice, but it seems like a duplicate to me. Very related to the other one.
That's what I was thinking. But the other one we were talking about was alternative income, right,
But that would be
revenue, the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay,
So maybe I can do it, I can point back to that one.
or Director Dick?
Do we own this whole block, by the way?
Actually, with the exception of the wash in between our area,
The county has that? The county has the wash.
flood channel. But our whole proper, all of it is in a flood zone, and it's pretty upsetting. So Welton Motor Control Panel needs to be up with its new budget for this fiscal year, but there's nowhere to move it to that meets criteria that we need because it's all in a flood zone. We'd have to put it up on stilts, so we have the engineer evaluate the flood, this whole area, and it's all pretty bad. Maybe this property over here is our best bet, right next to us.
You mean across the street?
No, what,
The corner.
this one that goes up to the corner to Sunset?
Okay, so when we say we own the whole block, we don't own that.
But we do.
We
We
do.
do.
Oh, okay, oh, it's the,
We bought
okay.
that fairly.
I remember,
for years.
I was
Yeah.
confused what we were saying.
Yeah.
But yes, essentially the district has the entire block.
Okay, so before we move off at 3.3B, so it seems to me that this evaluate real property wouldn't be under work facilities. It would be somewhere else, like Director Roman would say, but wherever you decide to put it. But the, it raises that question again of what Director Jarlsberg's saying is that 50-year view. Do we have the property we need? And because you're saying that you evaluated another property for us, PG&E, what were you evaluating it for?
Came up for sale and we went to go look at it because it's a commercial property in the region, which possibly could have been an opportunity to move into or, acquire, but we wanted, before we wasted, valuable board time, we wanted to go and see if it's even feasible. And we learned real quick that it's a mess.
So, okay, so that is then a goal that do we have that on here that we are investigating? Maybe I just, haven't seen it, that we are investigating new buildings, existing buildings to move into?
Certain it's in.
Okay, all right, we'll get to it then.
Yeah.
Is that the building that the district was in a long time ago?
It's
Oh, okay.
3.4E, maybe, 3.4E, yeah.
Okay.
So, 3.3B, for the point that. Yeah.
Let's see, 2.1 F.
Flip over. And that's like 3.4A. Create resilience plan for the district. And we have that.
Oh, goodness.
We have some early research indicating that this would cost between 75 and 100,000. But President Doolittle has indicated that maybe there's an alternative way to do this for a little bit less. A lot less, who knows what that could end up being, but we'd have to understand what factors we'd be evaluating in there. But we do have it slated for work to be done in 28, 29 starting. So as we get closer, we probably should narrow down what that scope is so that we have an understanding to move forward.
Oh, okay, so so President Doolittle here speaking. So you have it slated for 28, 29. So not 27, 28, but 28, 29.
Yeah, just due to the number of projects that are in here, that's where it's fell. So it doesn't, these things are all moving target, but we have what you'll see in when we get to the budget process here after we get through this business plan. We have 24 capital projects slated for next fiscal year, 5 studies, which is all above and beyond the normal operations of the district. And we already are short-handed. So that's, we're just trying to schedule these so that they are achievable and that we can get them done in a way that is, possible.
Yeah, so I have a couple of things to say about that. Is that, one thing that, there's no getting away from it. I call it our small but mighty district is facing, since 1963, is facing the biggest thing it's ever had to face. Maybe the biggest thing ever. And the scale and the complexity of that has placed a lot of load on the district, particularly on our general manager, whom I believe is qualified and is going to be able to lead the district through it. She's already demonstrated that. I want to recognize that our general manager has shown considerable dedication and initiative in seeking solutions and outside support, including helping facilitate a visit from Senator Adam Schiff, one of the most powerful people in America, showed up because she made such an impression on him. So that level of presence, engagement, and advocacy reflects significant effort and commitment on her part and is laudable. We could easily not have someone like that doing this for us. So it's pretty amazing, and I don't think people really realize it. But however, I'm increasingly concerned about the workload currently resting on our general manager. She's kind of alluded to it here, and I think she's been really great at all that's coming at her from the board right now and not, bringing it up. And the fact that this Chromium 6 has on the district as a whole. And I believe this situation raises a broader governance and organizational capacity question for the board. How do we ensure that operational pressures do not unintentionally crowd out governance responsibilities, strategic initiatives like what we're talking about, and board-directed priorities? And as discussed previously by the board, and I want you to know that I checked with counsel before I say this, so I know it's okay to say. As previously discussed by the board, part of that conversation may include additional support structures, including consultants, some of the things that we've been talking about where we can't do it, or Ray or whatever, that we can hire consultants for that. And we're in an emergency situation with Chromium 6. As far as I'm concerned, I think we can look a little bit more strongly at some of our reserves to reduce some of the workload on the district. And so I think that we could be looking at consultants, administrative assistants, or an assistant general manager position so that critical district functions are not forced into competition with one another due to staffing and workload limitations, because that's what we're looking at right now. And it's, and I know there's a lot of time spent moving all these parts around. And so I'm concerned that this overload hangs over all of us and may begin influencing board decision-making in ways that are not healthy for the district long-term. As we move into budget discussions, I want to be careful that we do not begin pulling back from strategic direction or previously supported business plan tactics simply because current pressures feel overwhelming. Doing so could weaken the district's long-term position rather than strengthen it. We must continue pushing forward with our vision and strategies and then work together to make that vision a reality. And instead of it just falling, on one person or us saying, yeah, we can't do that, we can't do that. I think we need to make sure we have it all down and then look at it and say, okay, how could we achieve this? Because, there's a lot going on. So I hope that came across. You guys kind of understand what I'm saying there.
Yeah.
Director
An
John?
idea that, as you read that, is, do we have local, for instance, with the climate resilience? Do we have a local expert that we could access? I mean,
Well,
I
lots of
think-
agencies have done it, and there's plenty of guides that are online. So I really do not
you think
believe.
we're online?
Yeah, I definitely believe that boilerplate exists. We're not starting from zero with
No.
this. And the reason that I've been pushing for this, and that's what I was asking about the date, is it's better to have this for grants. Now, in a different administration, it was probably better, and it may not be the case in this administration, but by the time we get it done, we're going to be in a different administration perhaps with a different thinking and value sets, and we will return to that.
There might
Because-
be more resources at that point. too.
Right, and we'll need it to apply for grants, and we can't get away from it. I mean, the urgency that I heard at Aqua, I feel just a very strong responsibility for pushing for this. It's not because I think it's cool. I think, I really think that we need to do it. And I hear the general manager saying some of this is addressed in the hazard mitigation plan, and that's great. So maybe that could be extracted and put in something that looks like a CRP and has some other elements in it. But that's why I believe strongly that we need to work on it and consider, if doing it in 28, 29, how that's going to impact our readiness for applying for grants and being able to use this.
I have a suggestion potentially, since it's not maybe as comprehensive as once thought. One of the projects that we have slated for this coming fiscal year is it's kind of morphed. It's been the CIP plan. We've been wanting to do this for a few years. We just haven't had the bandwidth to get it done, and we're getting closer now. But it's really a water master plan overseeing the entire district, giving us direction so that we understand how to deal with our capital infrastructure on a timely basis. And maybe that is one chapter in it rather than its own standalone. Yeah. So that when we are completing capital projects, that we're keeping in mind those concerns. And I prefer things to be together, because if you have a one standalone, it gets lost and people don't pay as much attention to it. What's the goal of this plan? And I think mostly it impacts how we build and how we construct and how we maintenance our system. And so for me, it seems to make sense that it would belong in that water master plan as its own subchapter potentially. Just an option.
Yeah, I saw that on here, $250,000 for that. And I'm certainly not against that. I mean, I think that what grant people, it may be done as part of that, but it would still have to be its own section, I think, because they want to know that you have that. But again, like I said, these are all over. And so, with AI, I just don't think it would be that difficult to generate our own now.
Into AI, because I wanted to see some metrics about this, and we have a lot of projects going on and not a lot of staff. And we have in 2 years, we're only in the second year of this. This is the beginning of the second year. This is 25, 6, 7 to 30. And we're already at 40, I think it was 43% complete. We are really trucking, but we don't need to truck that fast because it's really big. It's burning out teams.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's kind of why I was thinking there might be someone in our community. We have a lot of experts in our community of various sorts.
If we were going to do that, we would have to do an RFP, and if someone in the community wanted to bid on it, they could bid and do the job. That trying to find someone to do it isn't really necessarily the issue.
Yeah, I know.
And adding consultants is great, and we have done a lot of that in this last couple of years, but Ann and I were talking last week that we almost need an org chart to manage that now, because you have, you have to make sure they're getting their work done and you're having to follow up. So
You need a consultant to manage the consultant.
So
And there's a lot of preliminary work that goes into hiring consultants
Oh,
and other vendors as well. They have to be vetted. It has to go to our legal, it has to go to their legal. There's a
Right.
lot of redlining back and forth. So there's a lot of work that goes into it. We just started Q1 actual physical work. And that process started
Oh,
in
right.
December.
Right.
So that's the scope of how much work and effort goes into these things, and
it doesn't end.
all of it's hard.
many of the consultants, especially professional ones, they can't do their work if we don't do ours. So they can't put together their plan. Like Anne would work with Ide Bailey, for example, and helps with check,
Bank recs.
bank recs, and we're considering maybe some other items.
Yeah.
But they can't do that until we help them. They have to get the information somewhere. So it relieves some of the pressure, but it doesn't fix the problem fully.
I got a real quick
Yeah,
caveat on
Let's keep it
this.
short.
I was gonna save this for my director comments, but since it's kind of come up, and I think this has a lot to do with climate as well, but I think we need to reevaluate our AI policy. With the information that's came out on it recently, I don't see how we, as a water agency, can use it without being massive hypocrites. The destruction it does cannot. The amount of destruction
Right,
it
right,
does to water infrastructure
Yeah.
is catastrophic across the country. We cannot claim to have integrity and respect if we are using AI. That is my opinion.
And related to that, I've been creating a list of, yeah, I've been creating a list of policies, and AI policy is one of the things, and
Okay.
data center policy, because I just heard at a meeting on Saturday that there was a data center contractor with the vans out at the old solar farm,
Oh, okay.
checking it out. So,
Yeah.
you know, there you go. Do we want to, and I just read a story today where a data center ended up using like, I don't know,
Twice. the
300
amount.
million, 3 billion, I don't know, gallons of
Yeah.
water or something, and they hit it.
Yeah.
Water.
And
They hit it somehow.
Oh,
there's one that just got approved in Utah that is going to double the state's electrical use.
yeah,
And the amount of water it takes to cool that down
right.
is it's
There
destructive.
was,
We're not gonna be able to do the amount and quantity of work though without it, and we're already using it
If
quite a
there's,
lot.
yeah, if there's some,
And it's some of it's not even us like going to AI, it's built into certain
I
programs
know
that
that's
we already
the
have.
deal. That's the deal.
Everything now.
Yeah,
We can't,
Everything,
we
yeah.
can't even use our Outlook.
Email.
without-
That's right.
it's
email
there.
even.
So I hear what you're saying.
And there's ways to disable it. And, you know, I've been researching this a lot recently, and
Or cap it.
the idea that we are going to fall behind because we don't use AI
Yeah.
is, from what I've been told, complete propaganda.
Hmm.
That it is not true. That AI is on the verge of a bubble that is going to burst.
Like the .com bubble.
Yes. And this is, if we rely on this too much for anything, it
It's not
could
doing a lot
really.
of our work. And you can see the mistakes I made in here.
Yeah, oh no, I'm not accusing anything. I'm just saying that this is something that
But
we
it
need
keeps
to
us
be.
on our toes too.
Yeah, this is something that we need to be aware of, like the damage it's doing. How can we as a water agency support this?
Well, maybe that needs to be in one of these supporting projects.
There might be some,
Well, I put it on the list of policy
you
too.
know, there might be some resources from the day that the college spent on Saturday,
Mhm.
all on AI, from
Mhm.
the bottom to the top.
And the people that are running these companies, they're not being honest about it
No,
at all.
Yeah.
pretty political, obviously.
Director Thorne?
there was a bill on the governor's desk, I think it was last year, that would have required these data center, either proposed ones or ones that are operating, to report their water use. And the governor vetoed it.
Oh,
Who did?
Yeah,
Newsom?
Newsom did? Oh my God.
I'll bring you the article.
Well, he should,
It's in the
you should,
newspaper.
you should know why. I mean, it was good when, the previous governor, when he vetoed something, he did a rationale as to why.
Yeah,
And so
so-
you understand, you know.
So-
He do that.
so
He does that.
Speaking of that wastewater treatment plant rates, you got to get a data center rate. And I think the district should all sit here and the board should sit here and say, I don't know what we can do, but can we say,
No
we're,
data centers.
huh?
That's our rate
Can we
study.
say
But what
no?
if it's,
Yeah, well, I think we can because
but what
it's,
if it's in 29 and it kind of drips over here? I mean, we only have jurisdiction over our district.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
could
yeah.
surround us.
no,
somehow.
I agree. I do want to share with you though, that a lot of the things that we're using AI for has about the energy burst of 30 seconds of using your microwave. So, just to kind of scale it a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I understand you want to get rid of it and say no to all of it
Yeah,
together
I
because
do.
of that, but I just wanted to also just balance that out a little bit.
stuff right here.
Okay.
We're saying we all have personal reservations about it, but I don't, we're gonna get away from it. I don't know, we can't fight it one district, you know.
I know.
But there should be a cap, I think, or something that in the smaller. Yeah.
There, that's.
Oh,
what they're
there.
gonna know how to
That's
do
true.
this, and we're not gonna have any skilled. It's like the old days when they said, well, you can't get hired if you had tattoos, you remember? That used to be the thing, and they were like, well, you're not gonna have any.
Everybody
employees,
has
so everyone's got a tattoo. So it's gonna be similar, These young
Right.
folks, they don't know how to not use it. I know.
Gotta learn.
Anyway, we're.
Yeah,
But does that mean that-
No, it's
Okay,
relevant.
does that go in 3.4B or that, because that's a negative on 3.4B, which is, it seems like that would be a positive if we were looking for efficiencies.
Hmm.
I think it would be part of a climate resilience plan personally. Because it's my.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Add AI policy. See, why don't we just put it on the side,
Okay.
write it down, and then see if any of these other objectives meet that better.
You know, it's kind of a question, I think, that you would add,
AI
what
policy.
kind of impact likely.
Well, I was thinking that, but I'll get there and I'll tell you why I'm not 100% sold on that one. Okay, 3.4. B, pursue opportunities for increasing operational resiliency, efficiencies, and revenue and cost savings. So there could be an argument, AI policy.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But now I hear what you're saying, President Doolittle,
Yeah.
that's taking away from the efficiency potentially.
If we have an anti-AI policy, which I don't see that happening, but I think we can have an anti-data center policy and serving water to a data center in a place where we have, a desert area, limited water supply, but.
Data center.
But I mean, certainly, there's so much going on with the customer experience in AI, and, that's something I'm wanting us to talk about at some point. And so that, that's something where, we don't want an AI robot, running the front desk or something like that. That
We're
could be a
doing our
policy.
Financial report.
Right, that could be the policy, right, yeah.
And as long as it's just like press one for whoever, that's fine, but
That's a phone tree, yeah, but.
outside of that.
I don't even like the
I wouldn't
phone tree.
chat. I hang up if I hear a chat box.
I can too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I penciled in anti-data center policy to be considered there.
Okay, good.
3.4C, minimize distribution system water loss. So we have 3 projects that support this, which is the pipeline replacement, water loss audit, and pipeline replacement. Outsource. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, first one is outsourcing it because we were insourcing it, and the last one is to actually do a project. So they kind of go together.
And we currently have the RFP for Belmont.
It's being developed.
Okay.
Yes. 3.4D, further develop and implement a plan for renewable energy opportunities. I shared with you last year that I was working with Ventura Energy with Clara Nagy McBain. She's an engineer from Ventura Energy, and she did a thesis on solar and battery backup options. And I've asked her to stand by because I'd like her to do a presentation. So that's hopefully coming forth.
Okay, so can we back up to 3.4C? So I think so this is under implement financially efficient, environmentally beneficial strategies for productive use of district facilities. So wouldn't AMI, if it was able to track water loss on, like I was said earlier, wouldn't that fall in there?
It could, but it's a duplicate from another one. So, I mean.
Okay, so you're trying not to duplicate it. Okay, that's fine.
Possible just because I end up making mistakes because you have to find it in multiple places in the document.
Right. Well, this water loss audit, and today we requested some new reporting data sets related to loss, and maybe that could be there, but I don't know because you said it's for productive use of district facilities. I don't know if that would go there or not. So that's all I'm mentioning.
Does the state have any specific requirements about how we report water loss? Excuse me.
They give us the template and we have to fill it out to their specifications. And it's pretty comprehensive. And then we have to, after we fill it out, we have to have it externally validated by a water auditor that goes through an auditing school program to get a certification to verify. So we've done that every single year. And we're currently, last year we used GeoViewer, one of their employees became certified, and because all of our data is in GeoViewer, it made a lot of sense. Because they understand it, so probably we'll go down that same road this year, and it was less expensive too than the other company that we're using.
So whatever we do to modify or change has to dovetail with the reporting requirements dictated by the state and this other agency you mentioned.
That would make the most sense if we're trying to keep the data as consistent as possible. State doesn't care about that though. We have lots of reports that they
Oh, okay.
to do.
Never mind.
So in 3.4D, it seems to me that this would be a section, if you're coming out with a plan, that would be part of the CR, the climate resilience.
Yeah,
plan.
yeah. That's what I was thinking.
So if you're implementing, further developing and implementing a plan for renewable energy opportunities, that would definitely be part of climate resilience. Not to mess things up. So if you want to keep them separate, I guess you could just put 3.4D up there somewhere.
I can say C 3.4A, right?
Or either way, however you want to do it, yeah.
A, yeah. All right, and then the last one is 3.4E. This one is, it looks like it's a lot, but it's more than this. So one thing I think we fell short on in developing the strategic plan is we did not address capital replacement very well. And the only place it can fit in is here. And we can't do our job unless we're doing capital replacement. That's part of our core mission. And it's the only way we can provide water is if we have pipes that work and reservoirs that work and booster pumps that work. And right now, we have a lot that need help. And that's why there's so many projects slated for next fiscal year. So I put a few of them in here, but it just underscores the level of effort that takes. And everybody in this room everybody is impacted by those projects because of the amount of work that they take when you go through the RFP process that has to be developed and then it has to go out to bid. And then David's dealing with all the bidding and then opening of the bid, then to the board for award. And then now we're getting the contractor on site to do our bid meeting to move the project forward. And then we actually have boots on the ground. And then, anyway, it's so much effort for one project. And we have the pipeline replacement program in-house for a long time. And we found that it wasn't as successful as we had hoped.
Yeah.
But one thing that happened during that time that I noticed, at least budget-wise, we forgot about other capital improvement projects. We were laser focused on pipe. But we forgot there's tanks that need rehabs, there's booster pumps that need rehabs, there's motor control stations that need rehabs, there's admin generators that need to be updated. So we really have to, I think when we redevelop the strategic plan next time, we need a whole section. One of these whole sections should be on capital replacement because it is a core function of our work and it gets very little attention here. So I've entered some of those items in here. The CIP master plan or water master plan, as I was calling it earlier. The EC1, which is currently underway. I think they broke ground today, right, Penny?
Oh, good.
Admin generator project is moving along. And then there's the number 5, all other capital projects, enter those here. So there's 24 on our budget, which you'll see when we get to the budget a little bit later. And then that's where I had that evaluation of potential site was number 1. So those are ongoing. That box will never turn green. It will always stay that color.
So this one's kind of come up already earlier, but we talked about those electronic fleet requirements that are possibly coming. And just while we were sitting down here before the meeting started, I had a chance to kind of look at it and see if that's even economically feasible. Because I know the technology isn't quite there yet to field a fleet of trucks, especially in the desert. But I did find that Toyota is planning on releasing a $45,000 electric truck next year. So there is advancements in the technology, just
Okay,
something to keep an eye on.
yeah, definitely.
What about hybrid? I wish it was a hybrid.
Jane loves to talk about hybrids.
Oh my God.
Agreement with her.
We've
on
talked
that.
about
So I
hybrids
think
in
we
the-
focused on that before we went straight to the other side,
Yeah.
but that's a whole nother
I
conversation.
love the Prius. Oh. I make my own electricity.
All right, are we ready to move on to goal 4?
Oh.
A lot of this is reading. So I'm going to read line by line. I will just go through each one of the objective numbers and then the projects, and then ask me questions as we go along. 4.1A, this one was to enhance recruitment efforts. So we have started doing a lot more outreach to specialized job sites, and we've also hired the headhunter to assist with DOO recruitment. And then the CMC water classes, which I don't know if they filled the seats, but I did notice that there's a billboard in Morongo Valley for it now. It looks like it's 100 years old. I'm a little disappointed on the way it turned out, but they are trying to advertise it. And if they need our help, we're always there to assist as needed. And so that one will turn green once we have that DOO.
Hmm.
4.1B, this is the enhanced orientation, training, and professional development. And so we do have an updated orientation that HR has put together. It's about a 10-hour program to make sure that all new hires go through a clear onboarding experience. We also have a monthly all-staff lowdown where we have enhanced our internal communications and trying to find those potholes that sometimes communication falls off, and that's been pretty successful. 4.1C is regarding compensation and recognition, and we do have the employee comp plan, which is slated to come back to the board in June. We'll have a closed session for that, I believe, next Monday, so that you can see what the staff has asked for this year. We work with a survey, and they get to put their input into the survey. Employee recognition, we've definitely beefed up our recognition opportunities. The wall in the hallway now. There's different kinds of awards that managers have the ability to provide to their teams for exceptional work. And then we also have the sustained performance program that was implemented this year, but approved last year. So that is all going pretty well. 4.1D is implement a staffing plan that addresses capacity and alignment. And we did go through an entire organizational staffing optimization project when Ray first got here to figure out how many positions we needed for each department within the field. And we still have one more that we're analyzing, and that happens to be in Kenny's department. Kenny's department has 4 seats, so 4 positions, including Kenny. And one of those is vacant currently. We plan to keep that vacant for the next year, but we're trying to determine if 3 is really the right number for the department. One thing that Ann and I have been talking about is potentially adding a new position, which would be still TBD, but essentially it's an engineering tech kind of role. We're getting a lot more development activity. We don't have that in-house expertise. We're outsourcing everything to the engineer at a very high dollar amount. And we need somebody to own GeoViewer, GIS, amongst many other things. And if you sat down and went through our development process with us, you probably would understand us a lot better because it's so complicated and it really just challenging. One of the things that we're doing to fix that is we have asked the engineer to put together a proposal for us to revamp the entire development process because it is really, really messy. And that proposal is $150,000. But it is desperately needed to be done because we're all kind of at our wits' end dealing with all these very special projects and even projects that are not that hard. Just a mainline extension to a single family residence turns into well, you know, you have to count fixtures and you have to get easements and you have to take it to the county and write signatures. There's a bazillion steps to
We're
it.
getting requests for forms that the district has never.
We just never even had to do. But development is really, really ramping up. We're seeing an uptick in it. And this happens It goes up and down. So this position that we're working on would handle development, but my concern is when development is down, what do they do? And we're working on making sure that it's full.
Yeah.
So we'll bring that feature.
So I have a question though. So this development thing that you're talking about, where does that fall in the strategic plan?
That is number 4.1D,
Okay, we're coming up on it. Okay.
which we just were
Oh, we just did. Okay.
Yeah.
So 4.1, what?
D, as in
D.
dog.
These and dog.
Yeah.
So one
No, okay, so
one
wait,
of
you were,
the items I'm gonna add to this is going to be that additional person.
no, I'm not talking about the HR. You just said 150K revamp for the whole development process. Where is that?
I'm not put that in here. This is just in here.
Okay. All right, so I have more to say, and because it's related to that. So at the meeting, at the Aqua meeting, permitting reform was enormous. It was just huge. And that rolls down to us and our development processes. And I've come to understand that concerns regarding JBWD's permitting or development process and customer interface may be more significant than I previously appreciated. This Saturday, I told you I was looking for people who were pro-sewer. I spoke with the local developer. I cold called him, a widely known figure here. I reached out to him because I believe elected officials, blah, 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 blah. In our lengthy conversation, he expressed longstanding frustration with the district's permitting process and described a perception in parts of the community that these issues have existed for decades. He shared that his father and grandfather said the district was in shambles and that it has been so far as long as he's lived here. I strongly reassured him that the district is not in the condition he described, and he seemed somewhat mollified by that reassurance. And in fact, the way he backed off, I thought, wow, he's not been here. He doesn't really know. Anyway, but I also want to acknowledge that there is much about the permitting process that I likely do not yet fully understand. However, from what I have observed, the district's current approach seems to rely heavily on directing applicants toward online forms and digital processes. While I absolutely support modernization and believe many straightforward functions should be available online 24/7, which you guys achieved. We didn't have that. I remember when Jane and I came in, none of that was there. I do not recall the board having a broader policy discussion regarding the degree to which human interaction and guidance would be reduced as part of that transition. We never said, we never talked about it. And so for routine matters, that may be entirely appropriate, but for large, expensive, or unusually complex projects that you guys are talking about, I question whether a more guided and accessible customer service approach should still exist.
We made a point them to is one of our biggest concerns, but they do get our attention. They get a meeting with us, they get a secondary meeting, they get a plan check. It's pretty extensive.
And I always know that, I've learned, it's been pounded in my head plenty of times when people make complaints. And then I come back and I ask you guys, there's totally opposite side of the coin story. So I know that there's balance in there. But I think it may be worthwhile for a board member to walk through the permitting process ourselves in a test environment in order to better understand the customer experience firsthand. I invite the district to approach this process with transparency, understanding, and spirit of openness and goodwill. So here we go. To me, this is not solely an operational issue. And I know that there's been a lot of pushback on that. And it also involves broader board level policy questions regarding how the district interfaces with ratepayers, applicants, and the public generally. Questions involving accessibility, responsiveness, customer service expectations, and the balance between efficiency and human assistance are, in my view, appropriate governance discussions. So that's what I had to say. So it kind of relates to that. And I'm glad to know that the district is, again, with all the other projects that it's doing, is also looking at that, the development process and fixing that to make it easier for the ratepayers, future ratepayers, and the district as well. So it's not such a time suck for you guys.
We agree. We recognize there's an issue, and it's been very hard to say, okay, we need the whole process needs to be revamped, and we need someone that knows how to do it.
Yeah.
And that's an engineer. We're not engineers.
I'm so glad you're not going to take it on yourself.
Well, I could see a place where a PowerPoint or something would be available to board members, so it doesn't take your time. Maybe it's something that will reflect that you've developed already.
Not for the development process. It's the problem with development.
No, I know,
is
that's
one
what-
size fits all. You might come to us
Well, I
with
see what-
a single family residence.
We're
And if
usually
somebody else comes
developing
with a major
different
project,
needs.
some comes with the mainline extension, somebody
Yeah.
comes with, I'm just remodeling my
Yeah.
house, I'm adding an AUD, AUD
Right, right.
Well, yeah, so everyone is different. That requires a different
Right.
process. So that's what we believe West Coast to be successful in helping us develop. Essentially, it's a book, it's a handbook that goes through everything so that we have the checklist and we can make this. It's still an in-person process. We don't have any intention of saying do it all online, but you do have to fill out a form because what happens with some of these developers is they come to us and they're like, I got a project, but they don't give us any information and we can't help them if we don't understand what the project is. So you have to at least fill out the inquiry, send us your plans, and then we can from there start developing our questions so that when we meet, we're not meeting blind and wasting time. So it has to start somewhere.
Plans and specs too included in that.
That's true. Our plans and specs are pretty outdated, and that's what we would expect a developer to use when they're installing pipeline extension, for example. That needs to meet the criteria that's set by the district, and so that would be also updated as a part of that project.
You remember how unprecedented AutoCamp was when that came up?
Yeah.
We have like 8 of those going on.
It's
all different.
y'all, it's gonna get way
Yeah,
bad. It's fixing to get way bad.
Yeah, so
It made life for
historically,
us.
when someone was doing a development project, they were building a house out in the middle of nowhere. It's like they got. What are they called? Lazy rivers and
Yeah.
all of this sort of stuff that's unprecedented for us historically as a district.
So we need a lazy river policy is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Or a relaxing trip up to it once it's built. Yeah, so like the general manager said, all of these are drastically different. And they all have to be evaluated, but we have to get that information first. And then what we're finding is a lot of developers that don't get the responses that they typically get from or that they've experienced elsewhere because it's new for us. And I can't say, sure, go ahead and you can put it in the master meter for this 32 parcel subdivision. It has to be looked at and it has to be assessed and evaluated so that we can get information. So
And we want to do it right. And we have tried doing it the way that we do a lot of things here where we figure it out. And well, we've figured it out, but we haven't figured it out. So we need help.
Good. I'm really glad to hear that you're gonna do that. Something related to that and these developments is that under CEQA, I know I mentioned it earlier, and this relates to the water and us serving these groups is that we're a rural area and the county has to consider that. And what's happening is it's urban incrementalism, it's piecemeal. And so they're putting one here and they're putting one here and so there's not this overarching look at it all. And that's where I want the district
Right.
and the board and for us to get together and say, hey, we're going to demand this of the county that they actually follow CEQA and have a comprehensive study about the impacts of all this to the water district, because we don't have it right now. And the water district's just being whiplash, responding to all of these things and what you guys are going through.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. The most recent review of the proposed development that I went to was the yacht club, which is the yacht.
Yeah.
I guess it was like the yacht club. Which like everybody said, yacht club, are you kidding? But he really had some good ideas, I thought, and that he really wanted to work with the community and provide open access to their assets there. And so I could see that would be totally different from obviously Lovemore. I mean, they're just vastly different ideas coming here and trying to figure out how to interact with them.
Yeah.
Properly. And with the pressure of the county, just seeing dollar signs.
Water related, Director Fick?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So,
Well, as you're being approached, we're being told by these scoping meetings, the Lovemore was a scoping meeting, that was August, almost 2 years ago.
and
The yacht club was a scoping meeting. They're required to do this. But when the yacht club came, they were, no, everything on this website, no, that doesn't pertain. That's a 3-year-old website.
oh yeah, that's right.
And it's still locked. So it was pretty half-assed in what they did.
Yeah.
Yataloma, still, is there a perimeter fence? No, they don't know. They're not correct. And they just went through the motions. And that's what they come at you with these half-assed
So that's where
concerns.
I believe that, and I spoke with Jeff Hoskinson, our council, when I was at Aqua this week and explained to him His counsel is about keeping the district safe. We need counsel that is about using CEQA creatively to help us figure out how we're not stressing the water district with everything that's going on. And if the county is not following CEQA, I don't believe we have to do will serve letters because they're not following the law. So I'm not saying that I want to dig in right now and create a lot of energy and everything for everybody, but that's what we need to look at, is because we're not being treated fairly, and this area is not being treated fairly, and it's going to impact water, and we can't continue to just allow it to happen because we've been being told that it's all land use and we can't discuss it. And I discovered at this meeting, talking to other people, it's not just land use and it's related to growth. So,
Can I point out that it's 4:30 and we're not even on the budget yet? And it's supposed to be a budget workshop?
well, we needed more time for this than we thought.
Yeah, but I'm happy for this, obviously,
Yeah.
but, yeah.
Really?
Not really.
Well, I knew, we've done this before. I know these take a long time.
Yeah, they do. They do.
All right, let's flip over to the next page. This is property says. On Friday State Park space, we have several initiatives that match this, which is the new workplace violence prevention policy, our updated injury illness prevention plan, and then David is getting ready, as you remember, I'm sure from previous board meeting, to work on the ERP, the emergency response plan. So those are forthcoming. Well, 2 are complete, and then ERP is forthcoming. 4.2A is the handbook update, and that's being worked on. I expect it sometime this summer, fall. 4.2B points back to a couple of the other categories. And this is employer evaluate robust technology systems, not AI. Just kidding. Associated support effective operations. So Asset Panda, GeoViewer, and Encode updates.
It's all, AI is going to be built into every single one of those software licenses that
We're
we
seeing it
have.
already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you just stay on a computer that's not hooked up to the internet and run the whole business with whatever it's called. DOS.
So we're going back to Tyson.
I've heard of DOS.
Talk about it. There in some ways the 90s was a lot easier.
It's not gonna get hacked.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, 4.3 is governance and board effectiveness. 4.3, clarify board of directors' role and responsibilities, update the admin code, and role of the directors. So that's the retreat planned for this year. 4.3B, we can come back to that. I heard okay. All right, 4.3.
Well, that's not what I thought a retreat was, I'm sorry.
Retreat is work.
Got it.
It's
But that's not what I want to talk about eventually.
great updates.
Oh, good.
And I have something to say about that later at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
come wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
4.3B, provide training info resources on 5 key factors here with strategic thinking, communication, risk management, etc. And, we want to encourage the directors to continue attending the Special District Leadership Academy and other CSDA learning events, because they do have training for all of the items that you focused on here in this objective.
Which I'm missing today.
I'm sorry.
But I didn't know this was gonna, I mean, it would have been impossible anyway.
4.3C, celebrate board achievements, and we've achieved the district transparency certificate. We have public service, not servant, recognition week here. There you go.
Yeah.
And then we have what we'd like to do is apply for the district of distinction, and we should be able to do that for the end of this year, as long as every board member completes that SDLF. I think, Lisa, do you remember what we were missing for that district of distinction? I think it was a couple of trainings, and otherwise I think we're almost there. It was like 3, but it's a comprehensive checklist that you have to submit, and we have almost all of it put together, but just a couple little outlines. All right, anything more on the report? Okay, final stretch. Goal 5. 5.1A, measure the delivery of superior customer service, and we have 4 supporting projects to meet this goal. And that is the transparency certificate. We monitor customer reviews. And we have been among the nearest agencies on the highest customer service rating. We saw a little bit of Facebook drama, and some people went from there straight to our Google reviews and put bad reviews after that drama.
When was
A little
this?
disappointing. About a month ago. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Oh, I
there
haven't
was
seen that yet.
some drama. So I think somebody posted a bill and they were unhappy about the bill, and they said, I can't believe they have such good Google ratings. Who's actually reading them? And then
I
people
did see that.
went and did it like an initiative to like get our ratings down.
Oh,
So
okay, I
people
didn't see that part.
So that was kind of a
I
boss.
saw one about.
It wasn't me. It wasn't him.
I would
Say anything.
we monitor
Yeah, I know what you think.
ask customers to fill it out. We want to know the truth and where
Yeah.
we're doing good and where we can do better. You know, we want
Well,
we
yeah.
don't want it to be used as a tool to hurt us, but
Manipulate.
and manipulate the system, but we do want the truth. We implement customer surveys as needed. And then, of course, we have our farmers market.
Where's the customer survey implemented?
We did one recently, and it was about 3 months where we gathered data from customers asking if they need about a credit card transaction machine. Because we hear in the office that people want to pay by credit card, and we understand that that's annoying, and it is, you know, here we are in 2026 and you can't pay by credit card in the office. We do have a QR code that will take you directly to payment on your smartphone, but it's not in our office. And the reason that we don't have it is because it requires PCI compliance, and it's one more thing for us to be responsible for, and there's costs associated with it. And after the surveys, I think we found that it was about, what was the percentage of people?
Less than 1% of the overall.
Oh, okay.
That replied or what? Less than a.
Expressed concern
About
about
the
Not having a credit card.
Credit card. Well,
So
recommend to those people to do an automatic payment? I mean,
Yeah, we have all kinds of programs. We have automatic payments. You can pay at Walmart, you can pay Apple, I think Apple Pay, PayPal. You
Yeah.
have so many ways to pay. And you don't have to come in the office to pay with a credit card, but that's, most people like that.
Mhm.
And it's often the case, but there's a few outliers that still want it, and we understand that it's inconvenient, but we immediately can hand you a QR code and say, you can pay, you can stand in here and pay in the office. Here's a, use it, you know, on your phone.
Mhm.
that's good that you guys did that.
Yeah, so as needed, we'll do that, because again, we do want to know the truth. 5.1B is support and enhance community outreach and education, and we have the supporting projects, social media and outreach calendar, which I'm sure you guys watch, because the only people that like them is generally our board. David spends a lot of time putting those together. We have boosted those in the past. Intended in that occasion to create more controversy, so we pulled it down. More recently, we tried it again, and we still only got 6 likes, and we paid about, I don't know, $25 to get it out to our local
Yeah.
community. So we'll try it again. It's not been super catching on.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I learned a lot about that, and I increased the sales of the Desert Wise Living Landscape Tour through my social media by 21% this year.
That's great.
And it was through social media. And I had to do a lot of research and study about the keywords and the area. And I'm sure you've looked into that, but it's, you know,
Well, I mean, we're a utility, so usually people have a more negative connotation towards us than
Yeah, that's
most things.
and the landscape tour, yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that staff struggles with is that we're always the bad guys having to prove ourselves. We implement the policies that the board approves. Our job and our role is to make sure that those policies are followed. You guys have them approved, and then we follow them. And that is not always viewed, you know, very well. So we definitely would like the support. We're not the bad guys. We're just following the policy and making sure that every customer is treated fairly. And there's a lot of situations that we don't like. We don't like seeing a high water bill. So we're working on AMI as a solution to maybe help that for leaks in the future. But we also realize that customers have a responsibility. They've come and they've signed up for a utility. They have to be responsible for it. And that means looking at their meter coming in, we'll educate them how to read their meter. You know, everybody here is super friendly. We will help in any way. David goes out on site regularly and helps people. So we would appreciate the board's support in helping, you know, people understand we're not the DMV.
Yeah.
We're very different than the DMV. And, you know, we're not just open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We're here to help. We're not the bad guys. We have to enforce fairly, and we have a lot of regulations that don't give us a lot of leeway. You know, we have to do what we have to do. As you know, the saying goes, we don't make this stuff up.
Does at the farmer's market have a way of evaluation form or something that could be turned in?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of people that go there that
Yeah.
that's the only contact they have with the water district.
It is. We've tried it from time to time, different ways
Does
of
it
getting
stir
that
up
feedback.
trouble? Or is it good?
I would estimate that only 30% of the people that go through the farmer's market are local. Because I just did a whole day there giving away things and asking if you're local
Yeah.
directly, because I didn't want to give them my expensive collateral if they weren't local.
Yeah.
So I did an informal survey, and that's, 30% I think are local,
I think-
at least on the day that I was there.
I think you're about right. We did it with US Water Alliance when they were
That's
here
right.
and
Right.
found a similar statistic. You know,
That's
it's
right.
the good part about that though is the others that are not local, some of them become local. That's how they come here and visit, some move here.
Yeah.
So the outreach is good. Could it be better? Yes. Is it
seems like
worthwhile
they-
for time? I question it.
When they stop there and talk, they've got a little more time to think about it and write it out or something.
And if we're standing in front of them, they might be nicer.
Yeah, with your smile.
All right, 5.1C, consider opportunities related to the district's mission for addressing community needs beyond water service. And we have several initiatives that support this objective, which is the plant sale that's outside of water, but it is still in line with water. Promotion of the Waterwise Garden. And then number one is the water theft. We're going to bring a policy forward in alignment with SB 394. And that allows the district to fine and press charges, I think, against people that steal water if you can find them. So
AMI will help too with that. So we could at least
Yeah.
know when it happened.
we have a camera on there, see who
Yeah.
did it too.
Mm.
All right, last two but not least, 5.2A. We are working on that litigation. Right now, it's just wait and see, monitoring. And 5.2B, advocate differentiation and regulatory requirements. And every time we get an opportunity to do that, we are participating at a legislative level to help inform new legislation that will be impactful to us. We thought we're done, but we're not. All right, 5.2C. We first start engagement with the SB County to improve financial support for our area. So I do attend those monthly coffee group meetings. Don't ask me why it's called a coffee group. It is more of a leadership group. And
Is that the Pelican Club?
no, that's a whole different.
But that's also county driven, isn't it? I mean, Dawn Rao hosts it, our supervisor. It just seems like it should be in here unless it's secret. Nobody talks about Pelican Club.
It's not secret. It's Fight Club, yeah.
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 It has been in the past. It's been
Yeah.
denied.
Yeah, I sure wish we had the MAC. I mean, I just,
You know,
Well, she's actually written the MBCA and said they're bringing something like the MAC back.
like,
Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah, but I don't know.
yeah, that could be.
I think it came about because of the sewer stuff and how they lost control of the narrative. And so now they're going to get out ahead of us. They're going to have some connection in the community because of what's fixing to happen to us.
okay, good.
Um,
Glad to hear the rumor.
5.2D, be an advocate for our community by expanding our reach through partnerships. So we do have the Joshua Tree National Park Association partnership for the plant sale. And then we're going to continue to engage with SB County on the septic to sewer initiative.
So could we go back up to 5.2C? Continue to engage with SB County on the septic to sewer. District must keep this initiative on the forefront and monitor, engage as project progresses. I appreciate that. This requires regular communication and participation, and that's in your notes. So, I think we're going to have to look at that, and because I think the board wants more information than they're going to just freely give. And we're going to have to press them and say, you're going to need to come present to us, or else, I got their cards, but I'd rather the whole board hear about it instead of me just picking up the phone and calling them.
Maybe two-way,
Not two-
two-way regular communication.
That particular meeting is not an agendized meeting.
Oh, I wasn't talking
Oh.
about a meeting. I was talking about the overall project. You said this requires regular communication and participation. What I was saying is that I want something, not just the district keeping it on the forefront and monitor, engage as project progresses, but proactively reach out and bring them into the district.
That's the plan, yes.
Okay, well, I think it'd be good if it said something like that,
Yeah,
so. Because right now it looks kind of passive.
okay.
Just so everybody knows, I have put in a public records request for the septic to sewer
Oh,
issue as well.
So that'll be all the emails, everything.
It's going to be everything.
oh,
Okay.
So
and dates
I hope I get that.
when they happened.
Yes.
To engage with community partners to promote welfare in the community. This was expanded to include federal partners. This one just said local partners. So I didn't want to forget that we have updates to our cap and our low income assistance program. Sorry, I guess I've been talking too long. And then I believe we're going to bring the cap back this year for another reevaluation. But number 2, I thought was really important, and that was the engaging with our federal partners. It's really a big deal for us that we are now reaching out that far, and it's been successful so far.
You mean Congress?
Yeah.
Okay, just double check.
And all right, 3 more to go. 5.38, to determine the capacity of water supply and how much growth can be supported. So the urban water plan will give information about this, and that will be brought to the board, like I said, here in May. 5.3, develop a policy statement on equitable treatment of permanent residents, absentee owners, short-term rentals. And there's just a little bit of notes in there of what to be considering when that statement is developed. And I suppose that's something that probably could be added to that retreat potentially. And 5.3C, final one, board development policy. Well, we already talked about that. So there we go. It fits.
You want to refer back to where we talked about it?
I wrote it down separately because I didn't
Okay.
feel like it fit in those, but it definitely fits right there.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, so board development policy, I mean, that's a policy on the district and its development, right? Or what do you mean when you say?
Development is the people coming here.
Right, okay. I'm just making sure that we didn't say anything about the development at the board, because that wasn't in here, and I know that Lisa's working on something that's gonna come out at the end of the year,
Yeah.
and I just didn't see that listed in here.
but also similar to onboarding.
There's not going to be 100%
Yeah, I know.
all our projects in here. It's impossible, but I definitely want to highlight them if they are there. But Lisa is working on a portal on our website that has all the documents that you'd like to reach, or at least a link to where to find it. Just trying to make a roadmap easier. For example, if you were a brand new board member, you would be able to get in there and see a bunch of information. So.
Well, when I first got on, there wasn't really organizational chart was, what I know
It
who's
was a
here
crazy
and,
time.
yeah.
Okay, so here we are, 4:49, 10 to 5, so we're ready to move on to the budget review? So my,
Have a cookie?
yeah, it's a workshop, I think you get up and come back and have a cookie, unless everybody wants a 5-minute break, so everybody need a 5-minute break? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, or we'll take 10 minutes, come back at 5, go outside, do some jumping jacks, keep
Yeah.
breathing,
Make noise.
the power through the rest, caffeine.
That'll be good.
You know, We are returning to our workshop where we are now going to be discussing item 7C, which is the first of two special meetings on the revised operating budget for 2025-26 and the proposed 2026-27 operating budget. The recommended action tonight is for the board to review, revise, and provide direction regarding the budgets in preparation for future approval at a subsequent meeting. General Manager Johnson and team.
Thank you. I'm gonna pass it around. Your support. Thank you. It's been a long meeting so far, so I'll try to make this as brief as possible, but always try to get some questions. It's needed. So let me share my screen and other presentation. And sorry, I always look for the button, I can't find it. Okay. So I'll skip some of these introductory slides. This is just information about the district. I think we all know most of this. The 26, 27 list for now, since we don't have anybody, and we'll make it bigger. What's that?
Exit out.
Oh, okay. Since we don't have anybody. Thank you. So the overall 26, 27 operating budget, so non-capital cost is $10,262,559,000, and including 5 reports and studies, and a capital cost of $6.08 million, including 24 projects. So I'll just, like I said, I'll skip over these introductory ones so we can save a little time here. So I just mentioned the total operating budget cost, $10.26 million basically. And this is in comparison with our rate study, which assumes a 4% increase. We are seeing a 6% increase over the original 25-26 budget. Capital, $6.08 million will bring the drawdown for 26-27 to $3.178 million. Reserves at 6/30/2027 are projected to cover 6 months of operating expenses as required by the reserve policy. And operating revenues, which should meet or exceed operating expenses, will cover operating expenses. So that's good. We have a little graphic here just showing the 3 years, 25-26 original, 25-26 revised, and 26-27 proposed. So this is just same numbers, but in a graphic. So this might be of interest. I for the last few years, I've put together this table of reserve customer revenue / reserve coverage. So on a per customer account basis, the revenues per account amount to $2,271, expenses per account $2,820, which leaves reserves used per customer account of $549. That means revenues cover 80% of expenses and reserves cover 20% of expenses. This is not in your packet if you're looking for that. So I'll get to those items here that are in the packet now. So looking at the operating departmental summary, so this is just the summary by department. We have the total operating revenues at the very top and total non-operating revenues. Those total out to $12,735,372.50 for 25-26 revised, and $13,169,070 for 26-27. This you can see on page 16. And this shows you in green the operating revenue. So the operating revenue is what we want to, let's zoom in on this, but I don't think it's going to let me do that. The operating revenue is what we want to cover the operating expenses ideally. And so just showing you in the green there, the green line at the very top, those numbers do cover the operating expenses that are in the green in the operating expenses section.
So I know it's confusing because we're calling the budget operating, we're calling the revenues operating and non-operating. The operating expenses do not split into, in this format, do not split into operating versus non-operating. So I just indicated that in green for you, but be assured that the operating revenue does cover the operating expenses, which is good. And so total operating expenses for 25-26 revised 9.285 million, and 26-27 10.262 million. Net revenues before capital. So net revenues being our revenues less expenses and what's left over. So before we look at capital costs, we have net revenue in 25-26 revised of 3.45 million, and in 26-27 net revenues of 2.898 million. Some of the items included here, I'll highlight for you, sorry. I wasn't planning on going into every line detail of the operating budget, but I do have some highlights that I wanted to go over. And of course, we can look at anything else in particular that you want to. So we are incorporating continued purchase of recharge water, 1,324 acre feet, which I think was what we produced last year. And that's projected to be at $639 per acre foot, budgeted for a total of $846,036. And as we reach a point of being more staffed in operations, so we're still not fully staffed, but most of the positions, with the exception of the one supervisor and the DOO, I believe are pretty much filled. So we will see accounts such as mainline and leak repair being increased somewhat to accommodate that additional maintenance work that's going on, such as the valve program. So working with Ray on these numbers, that budget in particular, mainline and leak repair, almost doubled from 80,000 in 25-26 to 150,000 in 26-27.
Is that where the valve program is? Okay, I've never heard of the valve program. Okay.
Valve maintenance.
So that if this line, which is 66, was exploded, we would see valve program underneath it.
66.
I think that's it. Mainline and leak repair is.
Yeah.
01, 5, 02, 03, 106.
Yes, correct. You're correct. Other operating expense highlights for 26-27. This is in administration and finance. We have costs related to, a lot of these are outsourcing costs, as we discussed earlier, related to Chromium 6. So grant writing, some temporary labor potentially, and accounting audit services. So for example, Ridgeline Municipal Strategies falls into the accounting and audit services, anticipating potentially needing to use their services a little bit more. Emergency preparedness budget, that was increased to reflect a $8,000 grant-funded storage container purchase, a grant that we're anticipating. I think it hasn't been granted yet, but it's something that we're applying for. We also have, as we have done in the past 5 years, for the 6th year, we are proposing prepayment of the CalPERS unfunded accrued liability. And the amount of that is $54,601. And that would save over the 10-year period of time about $150,000 to $180,000 in interest. This is part of the Retirement PERS Classic account. This helps manage our unfunded accrued liability and protects our investment in staff benefits, which is an important recruiting tool. My speech is going. Okay, sorry about that. The consolidation, so there were some changes with CalPERS this past year, and they consolidated the Classic and PEPRA plans of CalPERS into one actuarial valuation, which changed the amount of the additional discretionary payment. That's what we're talking about here, paying that additional $54,000 to CalPERS as an additional discretionary payment. We were paying under the 15-year amortization schedule, but by the way they consolidated those two plans, it caused the 15-year schedule to spread the unfunded liability over a longer restructured period to maintain the ADP, the additional discretionary payment contribution level closer to what we had been paying. It gives us an opportunity to move to the shorter 10-year amortization schedule, which actually increases our interest savings. So that is that. Operating expense reports and studies.
Oh, yeah, we haven't been stopping for questions, Director Flowing.
Director Flowing here. Did it twice that time. Yeah, on this unfunded liabilities things, what's the source of that? I need to have my memory refreshed. No, but I mean, say if they change an actuarial table to a different number, do they then go back and say, okay, you didn't pay enough during these preceding years?
Constantly doing that.
Okay,
Yeah.
still true. Okay.
They're constantly recalculating. They have actuaries that do this on every year they're recalculating based on what's paid out and what's coming in and what all these other factors are, the interest rates that they're earning and, changes in factors like the mortality rates. So they're constantly updating those. So the unfunded accrued liability is something that some districts actually take out loans to pay that off, but you can't actually pay it off. You can pay it down, which is what we're doing. And, we're constantly working on that, but you pay it off, it will come back because it's a constant adjustment over time. So yeah, they're always redoing that.
So we're always aggressively making these, well, it's not quite a prepayment, but we're always wanting to keep our balance down
Right.
because there's interest on that.
There's
And
interest on
we
it.
could potentially lose control of all that kind of stuff and
Yes.
owe them an outrageous amount of money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
It gets out of hand quickly, and a lot of districts have, many millions of dollars on the books as an unfunded accrued liability. This is something that GASB 68 actually put onto the financial statements, whereas previously it wasn't reflected on the financial statements. So now it's there, but ours is still relatively low, partly because we have been doing this prepayment, as you say. And, it's a good way to stay ahead of it. And really, it was only an increase switching from that 15-year schedule to the 10-year schedule was really only an increase of about, I think, $15,000 in what we would pay as our additional discretionary payment. So it wasn't a huge jump to get onto that 10-year schedule.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple questions, President Doolittle here, unless somebody else has anything. Okay, I always thought that we were paying something off early when we were doing this. That's not what this is.
We're paying it down.
We're paying it
So
down.
we're paying it down.
Right, so but it's an extra payment, isn't it?
It's an extra payment.
Right, okay.
It's an additional discretionary.
Right, so help me understand how this protects our investment in staff benefits.
Because it's keeping that plan solvent. It's helping to keep that plan solvent. Over time, the unfunded accrued liability increases and increases. And, it's on the district to maintain that funding. The district is obligated to that unfunded accrued liability. So, for example, if we were to discontinue the plan today, if the district chose to discontinue that, we would have to pay that unfunded accrued liability. So this just helps us keep that under control. And, it's keeping the plan in good condition is.
Okay, you said you said if the district decided to not do this, we would have to pay that unfunded accrued liability. That's not what we're paying? We're paying it down.
Towards it. We're paying it down. We're not paying it off.
So if we skipped it this year,
Yeah.
then, because we've been doing this every year since I've been here. And,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean I understand it any better. But if we skipped it for some reason that we thought we needed that approximately $60,000 or something else. Would we be like severely endangering
No.
our investment in staff benefits, an important recruiting tool? So just one time, yeah, it would not hurt us. Okay.
But we do have and this changes, it's a very complex calculation. It's something that the auditors do on our behalf, the GASB 68 calculation. It's pages and pages of analysis. But it also, that unfunded accrued liability also changes each year as the interest rates change, and there's factors related to how they have to report that. Now, I think the last year, our financial statements listed that as about $1 million, that unfunded accrued liability. So it's still there, but it would be higher because all of these payments, these extra payments that we've made would have been accruing more interest.
Is this related to making sure we're paying for the pension, or we're making sure that there's money in somewhere so that future people who are drawing on this actually have funds? Is it that?
This is basically the promise to the folks that are in the plan now that have a entitlement to the future benefits.
So
Yeah.
And I think it is a recruitment thing. I know that I would look to see if the district is solvent in this before applying for a job, because if they weren't, then that puts you at risk of not having that paid down. So that's definitely a recruitment tool.
Or certainly a retention tool, if not, if you're not smart enough to look it up, which I wouldn't be. So.
Other questions? Okay. So we'll look at the reports and studies. So we have 5 of these. Actually, one is kind of combined, so it's almost like 6. We have, well, actually a couple of them are combined now that I look at it in more detail. So we have the water master plan, including the capital improvement plan. So that's really a combined project, $250,000 in 26-27. We have the High Desert Medical Center wastewater treatment plant monitoring well study in 26-27 for about $100,000. And then we have the emergency response plan and AWIA risk and resilience plan, $65,000 total, and the budget there is split $25,000 in 25-26 and $40,000 in 26-27. Then we have the 26-27 wastewater package treatment rate study. So this is something we talked about earlier. This would be for billing of tract development wastewater package services. And we've got that budgeted at about $30,000 in 26-27. It's a tough one to budget because it's brand new. We have never done one before. So we, that's, I did get that number. I did get a number from Alex Handlers at Bartle Wells just to get an idea, but, we have no experience on which to base that. We also have the 26-27 water rate study that'll be starting in 26-27. And we have that budgeted at $70,000 with 30 in 26-27 and 40 planned for the future budget of 27-28. Questions there?
Just, could you repeat the cost of an acre foot of water that we buy?
I think it's
$639.
Say again?
$639.
Thank you.
So that's the future amount. That's not-
Yeah.
Direct Vice President Short.
So I'm not seeing the AMI study on here.
No, that is what, $600?
600.
Super cheap.
It's in an
Oh, there we go.
yeah, it's an operating.
We've already approved it.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
All right.
So, yeah, I have a couple of things. So the water master plan, I had to look that up. That's a long-term technical blueprint for the water system. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And that would be West Coast Civil?
Well, we would have to put together an RFP and
Okay.
a bid on it.
Okay, all right. And then the, what's up above, what is standby administration? What does administration mean? Up at the,
Standby administration,
Yeah.
that is so we have our standby charges that we levy annually. So this is NBS's cost for administering that and actually doing the billing and sending that off to the county to include in the property tax roll. So that's their cost.
So I want to share with everybody that I was, one of the sessions I went to, this was at the Rural Water Association, and I actually had an email exchange with Director Roman on this, was by a lawyer, a well-known lawyer, who actually did some stuff. There's actually case law related to Bighorn. If you guys don't know that, I discovered this at this meeting. Anyway, he was talking about assessments. Isn't that what standby is related
Yeah,
to?
their assessments.
Okay, and so he said that, he laughingly said that there was a water district he knew of that hadn't done an assessment since 1995. And so then I quickly wrote an email, because this sounded a little familiar, to Ann and said, when was the last time we did an assessment? 1996.
Yeah.
So I'm just wanted to call that out. I'm not saying that we need to do it. I'm just letting you guys know. But for some reason, I had been told that if we did it, it was very, very risky because we might lose everything. But then when I inquired of him and some other people, they said that wasn't the case. So
Well, it has to go back to a vote.
Yeah. Well, they said, I heard that doesn't mean that they can pencil it out, but I don't know.
But if the vote doesn't give us the ability to charge it, then we would lose out on what we heard.
Okay, well, that's not what that lawyer said.
Yeah, we have to, I mean, we've had different counsels, so it may depend on who you talk to.
So the standby, how much is the standby? How much is it?
About 1,100,000 or a million.
That's how much we have. And yeah, but how much is it? Is there?
Annual assessment.
Okay, that's how much. Okay, and so is there an average standby cost for ratepayer?
The average is between, I would say, $30 and $50 a year.
And that's, do we know if that's, not competitive, but does that compare to other water districts? Do we know?
Not, because it's been in place for so long. Yeah, it's been in place.
Yeah, and then the lawyer said that this organization didn't want to do it because it's too much trouble. So, and evidently it's a big, huge pain in the butt, but we have to think about this. I know from my campaigning that, people would like standby, the water just be available and not have to pay anything for it. And it just stays there and it's available for them. So, but anyway, I just wanted to call this out for you guys, for us to know that this is another possibility for funding in the future.
All right, so I'll move into salaries. So we have our salary and benefits summary. Salaries at the top. This one gets a little bit confusing because we also have what's called compensated leave salary. So it's a salary and a benefit per se. It's where we carve out when staff is using their leave. That's where their leave salary goes. So instead of going to their regular salary account, it goes to that compensated leave salary account. So the budget there, the salary section 25-26 revised 2.759 million, moving up to 2.92 million in 26-27. And the benefit salaries, compensated leave right below that, increasing from 400,000, just over 400,000 to 413,600. So total salaries and benefit salaries together are going up about 6% there. And we've included in there, I'll get to that in the next slide, but we've included in there some temporary extra help. Other benefits at the bottom of this page, that is changing from 1.4 million to 1.5 million, essentially 1.433 to 1.507. And the total increase is 5% from 25-26 to 26-27. And when we look at the comparison of last year versus this year, and by position here on this slide, I know it's hard to see. I wish I could zoom in, but I don't think it lets me. Oh, it does. There we go.
Yeah. Control plus sign you could do too.
Yeah, I've done that before, but sometimes it acts weird. Okay. So we can see here.
We still can't see.
You still can't see it?
Yeah, that's okay. But if you just tell us where it is on the printout.
It is on page 24. 24 and 25. So I'm primarily looking at 25, which is the current year.
Okay.
And this breaks it down by department. Production, distribution, customer service, administration, finance, regulatory and development. And you can see the number of positions there for each one of those departments. This just shows us, again, the number of positions. And then you can see at the bottom of production and distribution, we have that temporary extra help there. And that's the main change, I believe, for this last year to this year. And the bottom line on this one, we always look at the total salary and benefits combined versus the revenue and that percentage. That percentage has actually gone down from 37.62% in 25-26 to 36.79% in 26-27. Questions on the salaries?
Yeah. Okay, President Doolittle here. So that number, 36.79%, I'm imagining that lower number reflects understaffing.
Well, it went down because the revenues went up. So even though the salary and benefits went up slightly, the revenues also went up. And so that percentage went down in relation to the revenues.
Yeah, that's just the percentage of revenues. But we want to keep. To remain solvent, salaries really shouldn't get much over the threshold.
40%.
40%.
Yeah, I looked it up. So on page 24, so how come in the salaries, so these jobs, they're unfunded. So we're not planning on hiring anybody for these jobs that say unfunded.
Right, they're unfunded and they dropped off in 25 and 26, 27.
Okay, got it. And then, so up here on just production where it says 4.50, what was that number previously? The number of positions there, do you remember?
Well, sorry, the 4.5 was the 25-26 number.
Okay,
So in 26-27, it's up to 5 with the half for the temporary extra help.
yeah,
Previously, it was probably about the same. I don't think that's changed significantly.
It's changed.
okay, so when we had some shifts in the operations, that was reflected in where production or distribution?
That was primarily reflected in the CIRP, the capital improvement replacement, which is at the very bottom. It was in its own section.
I remember that it was.
Yeah,
but-
so that section is completely blank now.
Okay.
So that's where the bulk of the positions were removed. Just looking at the different. Okay, so there were some last year, I think, Sarah, we eliminated, I'm trying to remember now. I want to say 8.
Yeah, it was 8 or 9, and it was the office assistant, the purchasing inventory tech. What's that? Yeah, there was an accounting tech that was never filled.
Never filled.
Yeah, right. And then the 5 or 6 CRP.
Yeah, so they weren't in production or distribution, they were in the other departments. Other questions on salaries and benefits? Am I going too fast?
Well, that's it, isn't it?
Fast is good.
That's
Yeah, isn't that it? So what?
I'd like to explain the temporary extra help.
Yeah.
I've learned that Ray's contract is expiring on June 16th. And the way it was written is it expires 18 months after it was executed. So that is the expiration date. And what we've learned is that he cannot be retired and sent back to the director of ops position after June 16th. CalPERS only allows for 1 appointment in a vacant position. We were under the impression that if it was still vacant, that he could continue, but that is not the case. So right now, we're working on transferring all those responsibilities to me.
Oh, funny. Yeah, it looked, I could see some evidence of it.
Yeah. So he has about 40-ish more hours left that he can work between now and June 16th in the next month. And the temporary extra help, it was developed because we do have 24, and we'll talk about this next week, 24 capital projects. And I can't handle that and all the day-to-day operations. So he's willing to come back again under a different contract. That would be basically like a project manager for a period of time. As we work through Chromium 6, and as we work through all these capital projects, until we get into a place where it's routine business for us to have a pipe project and a reservoir project every year. It's business as usual, but we have such a backlog of capital projects that have not been done for so long that it's enormous. The mountain is huge to climb, and without his assistance in helping us through this, it won't be able to get done. So that idea, the only other is Calvert allows you to hire retired annuitants under 2 different codes. One is the vacancy code, which we've already used, and the other is through temporary extra help for a backlog of work, which we do have.
What's an example of that backlog?
Yeah, well, Chromium 6 is one of them, right? Our reservoirs, Kenny's team has put together a really nice list of all the reservoirs in critical order. We have not had a reservoir rehab until E21, which we're doing right now. So every year we have to be handling that. There's booster stations that need to be upgraded. There's pipeline replacement that needs to be done. And as we talked about earlier, capital projects are very, very labor intensive. And it's something that he's very skilled at doing. He knows how to manage those projects.
What percentage of the pipeline is finished? I mean, upgrade.
Like 13.
Fairly
I
small,
have it written
right?
down. It's not a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty small.
It's yours.
Yes.
In-
So that's,
into the
that's
future,
that's
yeah.
another piece of it as well.
Vice President Short.
Sorry,
Sorry.
what was I gonna ask? Oh, with Ray filling like a project manager position, I know some agencies require a PMI certificate for that. Is he PMI certified?
He's not PMI certified, but it's not a requirement.
Okay,
What's PMI?
project manager.
Oh.
Institute, yeah. I
Okay.
used to have a PMI. So did you say, when is Ray coming back?
Well, he hasn't agreed yet, so it would be, the contract would be effective July 1st, so we would have a gap in services.
For a month, you would be doing the job.
Well,
No.
you
or
said the
until
16th
we
or
hire the
something?
position, he won't be here in any capacity after June 16th.
So he's not going to do any director of ops responsibilities.
June
Yeah.
16th.
Okay, so I've mentioned this before, and why wouldn't we hire somebody like Jacobs Engineering to come in and do that job? Why would that fall on you? Why wouldn't we get someone to do it until we hire somebody?
Well, we have, I just got an email from the headhunter that we might have found somebody again, so we're gonna have that interview, see how that goes, and then we'll start looking at some other options.
Okay, good. I'm glad to be looking at solutions
yeah.
instead of just, airing that. Okay, so is that all you wanted to say about those?
I just wanted to explain that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know everybody's tired, but I did a lot of work on this. So, and there are things I want to know. So, I know we're gonna, I would, this metered water sales, would we ever break that out? That's a lot.
What page is that?
Okay, I'm on page 18, because for years we've looked at it just like this. And all of these things have things in the background. I asked to look at it a few years ago. President Flowen came. I felt very intimidated to even ask any questions about it. And because I felt like I was, putting such a burden on the district to even do that. And he probably thinks I'm still putting a burden on it. Yeah. So, but that's too bad. We're all different and we get to, ask what we need to ask.
True.
And so.
But again, I'm.
So what I'm saying is that line 8, 9, 10, 11 on page 18, all of those things have, a lot of those things have things underneath them. So like the metered water sales, that's not just $5,302,000. There's things that add up to that $5 million, right?
Customer account.
Right, yeah. So, so like special services revenue, what's that?
Special services revenue is the big piece of that are the penalties that are applied when payments are made late. There are also all of the development fees that go into that. Basically, a lot of the fees that we charge, not rates, but fees, go into that account. So meter quoting, fire flows, I'm sorry, will serve letters. Fire flows. Meter quotes. Yeah.
So there, some of what you just said are things that I know and I've heard other board members say that they're interested in seeing. So instead of it being rolled up into special services revenue, now I don't want to have regurgitated to us such a spreadsheet that has so much detail on it, on the will serve letters and all this other stuff that we can't even see it. But I have been interested in, you know, the development fees. There were some, what did you say at the beginning? So it wasn't just the penalties. I've been really interested in that. These are things that we talked about before, having interest in, that I would like to be able to see.
Bring that penalty information in the AR report in quarterly financial statement.
Okay.
So I usually put the number of the quantity of penalties and the amount of penalties in that report for each quarter.
Okay. All right. That might be something though that I'm thinking that I want to
Okay.
look at a little bit more.
They are not rolled up. I will assure you that this is the
topmost.
This, yes, this, but I mean, there's detail underneath it, but it's all in that account. So.
Okay, so it's not subheadings. There are no subheadings. Okay, all right. So it looked like when you were on the beginning of the slides, and I had a little bit of hard time seeing it before you were able to zoom in, was that it looks like the district can sustainably run its core water operations based upon the recurring service revenue alone. Is that right?
So yes, right now, in this year and 25, 26 and 26, 27, the operating revenue covers the operating expenses. So what we are generating from rates and fees is covering what we pay that are essential, expenses related to our daily operations. So if you want me to go back there, Judy, is this the slide that you?
Yeah. Page 8, page what?
Page,
Yeah, that was it. That's the page where you had the green. Yeah, I had to outline it on my thing.
yeah, so that with the green, those are the operating revenues, which cover the operating expenses that are in green below that. So the operating expenses, these get a little, you can start kind of splitting hairs, and GASB 103 is changing the definition of some of the operating versus non-operating expenses. So that's going to be a little bit of a project here coming up. But essentially, we just exclude the reports, studies, and plans because those are not recurring costs. Those are one-time costs. And then we exclude the pipeline program, and we exclude the HDMC treatment plant. So HDMC treatment plant is not included. So there are offsetting revenues for HDMC treatment plant, but that is not included in the operating revenues above. They are part of non-operating revenues, so I have to exclude those costs as well. And in 26, 27, 9.698 million in operating revenue, and we had 9.578 million in operating expenses. So we're just, I don't want to say just barely, but by about 100,000, 120,000, we're covering. Yeah.
Well, I just want to say, talk about a well-managed district. You know what I mean? Because that's really what you want, is you want the operating revenues to cover the operating expenses. And that's, how you would want to run a business. So I think that that's very reassuring and, says a lot about the health of the district. And so good on you.
Thank you.
Director Flynn.
I'm seeing, as far as I can tell, I'm seeing that our unrestricted reserves, the restricted ones are some of our emergencies and et cetera, but we have $17.7 million there. And the reserve drawdown is $3,179,000. I was just kind of curious as how much investment income would we be losing on $3,179,000?
Well, the good thing is the 3 million is 26, 27. If we factor in 25, 26, which has a surplus, it's only a $1.3 million drawdown for the 2 years. So we're actually not, we're not going to be seeing that much of a drawdown But yeah, it's a good point to make, as we dip into the reserves, which is what we're doing, so that we can fund some of these capital projects that in backlog. There will be potentially some interest loss in,
Yeah, I'm seeing
those
this
reserves, yeah.
on 15, I'm seeing at the bottom, it says, while current fiscal strategy is sustainable in the short term, future financial planning will require, and then there's a list of these three things. And one of the mitigating factors here is you can, there's ups and downs to our costs and our revenue and stuff. So you can average these things out a little bit. And then our actual unrestricted reserves as a buffer that keeps everything in balance, I suppose I could say. Okay.
So that's key takeaways is what you're referring to there. I've got it on the slide here. So we are seeing increased reserve reliance in this budget so that we can fund all of our capital initiatives. We're seeing the total expenditure growth if we factor in the capital costs, that they are outpacing the operating revenue growth. And long-term funding strategies for major capital obligations will include rate adjustments, and we some conversation about that with municipal strategies, and also seeking earmarks, grants, and loans. So as we factor in that Chromium, especially that Chromium project in the future.
Is okay, they are separate. I was trying to recall what that new term, politically correct term
Oh, yeah,
was
you put
for
that in there, yeah.
earmarks.
Community project funding or something like that, I think. I wasn't sure if anybody would know what that meant, other than those that went to DC.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Director Jarlsberg?
Listen, page 18, back to 18, non-operating revenues. This is really nitty gritty, but if the miscellaneous revenue actually increased quite a bit from what was actually brought in the last budget year. What's in miscellaneous? I'm always curious.
It's miscellaneous. I mean,
Well, what type of things?
so it would be things like if we surplus equipment, or that cost would go there, scrap when we recycle meters, when we take our copper remnants into the scrapyard.
Does that relate to what we talked about earlier, selling?
Yeah, it would go in there.
And so you're anticipating quite a increase. I mean, it's a small number, but.
I don't know off the top of my head why that was increased so much, but I know with some of this, we followed the Ridgeline strategies, a municipal strategies projection.
Yeah.
And so, we talked about that a while back. I can find out if there's any detail behind it, but it does look like a little bit of a jump.
Yeah, those are the things I notice are the jumps, and even though it's a minor amount, I'm curious about it.
Yeah, I can find out more and let you know next week.
And then, I'm obviously there'll be more miscellaneous revenue as we go along. So
yeah,
we can dig up some more revenue.
Anything that doesn't fit into any of the other revenue accounts, but we try to keep that to a minimum. So.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Before I did want to mention, I'm sorry. One other thing is that this budget, there's some late breaking news. We had some additional costs that came in after this was put together. So I wanted to mention those. That'll be in the final budget that we bring forward.
Okay.
And those that I know of right now, 25,000 we added for general engineering support services for 25-26. And for 26-27, we talked about this earlier, the 150,000 for the development, building the development process and the specs, standards and specs, specifications and standards. Those will be forthcoming, but they're not reflected in this, in these numbers.
So, I have a question. Thank you. It kind of goes with that. Is there anything in here on this that's not in here that we should explore without us having to dig around ourselves and find?
Anything in the business plan that's not?
Anything that's in the budget that's not in the business plan. So reverse. Because it seems to me like there is something that I saw.
Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah, so do you know what they are instead of me having to go look, having to study it so hard to figure it out
Is it
myself?
operating budget part? Because we're gonna have the other one next week.
Yeah,
Capital budget.
Yeah.
So you would not see the capital budget today, which
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, no,
It's
it's-
actually in the capital budget.
no,
That'd be
it's,
something that's in this budget that's not,
yeah.
so it'd be the
I understand.
right?
No, but what's,
Am I confused?
so there are things in here, you guys, that are not in that plan.
right,
I already know it when I ask the question,
right.
but I just don't want to go through it all and try to figure it all out myself. So that's why I was saying,
Operations is in here, this is primarily daily operation.
yeah, well,
That's really reflected in.
Yeah, this is-
Yeah, that's what I-
Yeah.
the,
The projects outside of daily.
okay, well, so there's stuff related to, the, reports, I got the
Oh,
word. Yeah,
yeah.
she's falling apart. Okay, I got it. So, and that's, I know that there's stuff in the reports that I saw that weren't in here. And then there's,
Which ones?
well, that's what I was asking you. So like this legislative advocacy, we have that at 75K. We didn't discuss, we just talked about it, but I don't remember us saying we were going to do an increase of 25,000 from the last year. I didn't even remember that. So that's just one.
I don't know what the 25,000 is, but Rojas is.
We did 50,000 last year in the revised and now it's
I
75K.
remember that was for a partial year because they came on. halfway
Okay.
through the year, so. That's right. Yeah.
Is that the same thing? Is that why camp, when we estimated the interest on camp was at 50 because that was a partial year? And then it turned out to be 170 something thousand?
Yeah, I think I estimated that very low. Because we weren't sure exactly the timing of that when we transferred everything over. See, I'm trying to. Yeah, 50. Yeah, so 50 was the low estimate on the original 25-26 budget. And we increased that for 25-26 revised to be more reflective of actual that we've seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Director Thorne?
All right. Both of these documents are subject to change as time goes by anyway, right? And indeed, even final report that the auditors look at and all that, that's even subject to change too. This is all working stuff that gets massaged as we're impacted by things that we can't anticipate.
Yes.
You know,
Some we can't, and some we can, some we can't, anticipate better than others. Yeah, so these are just budgets. These are not actuals. Actuals would be in the financial statements and in the, audit report.
These are
But yes,
plans.
These are
plans.
Plans.
I understood that.
Yeah.
And I understand it changes. You know what I mean? I understood that. But this is the time where we talk about it and then they codify it. And then we go away and then a while later we're going, I don't remember that. Or is that really what we wanted? Or we forgot this. That's what I'm concerned about. So like, for example, it's so much coming at us. We're having a drink from the fire hose here. Everybody wants to go home. But yet we still have the work before us and we have an obligation. And so, for example, we talked about this idea of the nitrates, you know what I mean? And how we want to deal with that, or was the study related to, how we want to adjust this septic to sewer study that was listed at, $1 million something or whatever dollars. And then we kind of said, hey, wait a minute, that may be too big of a bite of the apple.
Yeah.
And so how does that get on here? And because I don't believe that we've given the general manager enough direction at all for her to go away in the next week and come back and say, here you go.
Well, I took a bunch
Well,
of notes as we went.
No offense, no offense.
No, I believe that I feel that way once I start looking at this, like, what
Yeah.
do they mean by this? So I'm gonna go through and fix the notes and the typos and add what we talked about. I'm gonna bring this back again next week. And then I'll highlight anything that I think are still have questions. And of course, welcome to highlight something that I missed. But I think that would be a good way for us to get back on.
So we review this one and the, look at the capital next week.
Next week we'll look at the capital and then we'll look at this again too.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna do the updates on this
Okay.
and
Oh.
make sure
Oh,
that,
okay.
we're all in agreement that this is, what
Okay.
we're doing for these fiscal years.
Okay, so something related to that, you guys have heard me say it several times now, nobody really replied, but I don't know that that means you disagree or anything, is that I believe that we need to hire a lawyer, we need to have some sort of counsel related to CEQA and the impact of what the county is doing here and the impact to the water district and our water, our community's water. So therefore, I believe that that needs to be a line item in the budget.
That's
don't
an
know.
operating.
That would be
expense.
the.
Right.
Where-
Well, we have legal charges in here already, so I thought it would go with those.
Yeah, it'll just go into the general account and we would increase that account, but I don't know that. That went with another project. That was for development, right?
Well, what do you mean? You mean
For
that,
CEQA.
yeah, it's related.
That's be related to development.
under
and revamping
regulatory.
That whole project. The process rather, I'm sorry. And then if we need to hire, we would want to do it within that project scope.
Okay, so you're talking about the development project that you guys are wanting to do? I mean, that you introduced today? Okay, I think these are two separate things.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to make sure, and I want to make sure that we don't get down the road and then, and I know everything can be adjusted, but be told, oh, no, we don't have any money for that lawyer. And you know what I mean? And so you should have put it in the budget ahead of time. So,
Agreed. We just have to understand what it is that you're asking because I'm a little clear.
so I want us to have counsel on what kind of a response and what kind of strategies the water district can have to have the best footing possible to respond to what is happening with the county approving all these developments, not the development process.
So the development.
No, it's not part of the process. It's part of whether or not we can have to serve water when the county's not following CEQA, whether or not we have enough water for this urban incrementalism that's going to happen to us, what the impact of that to all the poor people that live here, that now all of a sudden they're going to have to be supplementing. The impact, we've not even looked at all those developments and say what it's going to mean for us to have to plumb those places. We don't have any kind of overarching look at that. So that's related to the septic strategy. But see, all those things are together. And I'm the only one saying it. And, I don't want our general manager to go away and say, Stacy was the loudest voice. Does anybody else,
But would that be under, there's legal services, non-personnel under administration, would that be another line of legal services?
it can be.
To
Whatever.
it doesn't need its own separate GL.
Oh, okay. But I think we need to increase it because that's what you guys estimated based upon the operational needs. And this is a separate operational need or whatever we want to call it, right? So it would be more.
So how much do you expect that would cost?
I don't know, put another 100,000 in it.
100,000 for them?
I don't have any idea, but just off the top of my head, I say put 100,000 in it. I don't know that it'll be that much.
100,000 to general legal and then just put a note in the system that it is for.
It would not be under regulatory and development.
No.
For instance, engineering increased greatly because you anticipate more usage of engineers.
So I'm not exactly sure of the title. Could you help clarify what that is? So I want to make sure that we are, the concept that you're trying to achieve, I want to make sure.
I don't know, maybe we should call it CEQA. I mean,
CEQA review.
Legal.
CEQA review.
legal review. Yeah, I guess that sounds good. Yeah.
Is
Thanks for saying
that something
something.
Jeff can handle?
Well, the depth of the bench in that firm is really big. So if we tell him we need that, he can find somebody.
Okay.
I talked to him about it.
Yeah.
Because I was told that I was going to have to tell him why we wanted to hire a different lawyer. And so I
Yeah,
did.
not because he
And-
wasn't doing the job.
Right. And like I said earlier, he's about keeping the district safe. He is not about going out and looking at CEQA to help us determine how to keep the district safe for the next 50 years.
I think it's important to understand that we utilize Jeff for, like you were saying, board practices and
Right.
whatnot. But when there's something that he doesn't know, he sends us to someone else.
Absolutely.
I know I'm working with a different attorney in the same law firm on the CalPERS
Oh,
contract.
and say,
But just like he sent us for labor, he sends us to Nate. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Nate it's different because Nate is our labor counsel.
Oh, okay. It's not the same thing.
But
Okay.
in the same firm.
Okay.
And Nate's getting ready to retire, I think. He's saying this other.
and now
He's young. He's young.
What? It's named? Yeah, really. They make so much money.
Not
that-
necessarily, I think we just need to understand. David brought up a good point. Does that need a vote or does that just, we need
That's a-
consensus for that?
So I think it would just become part of the budget, like all your other stuff are part of the budget, and then we approve the budget, right?
But from your fellow board members to make that increase, is there consensus? Because I'm not hearing anybody else say that. So I think you were asking that
I
earlier.
wasn't.
Want to make a motion?
You know, it's not a formal motion, but you can.
I make a motion that we put an additional $100,000 into the budget for CEQA review legal assistance counsel.
That's good enough. We get it. We'll come
okay.
back and we'll.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll second that.
Roll call vote? No. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Second, I think.
Well, she was shaking.
I still have a question.
I was just.
Okay, I didn't know what I was doing, obviously.
just agree.
I just need a consensus that majority of the board wants to do this. If so, then we'll,
Okay, so we have a consensus.
all in
Yeah.
favor.
Well,
No, we have,
What?
if we need if we have a majority, right? Isn't that what you said? Or
or consensus.
So I just need to hear all in favor, aye, or all opposed.
all in favor, say aye.
I,
All opposed?
Okay.
well, I have a couple of questions and I'm not gonna, I'll oppose until they get answered.
Okay.
You have the floor. We always like to hear from you, Tom.
Do we have the money?
Well,
Good question.
In the short term, yes.
Yeah, page 15 at the bottom. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And a comment would be that this is potentially one of those, who knows what the duties are gonna be in functions and whatever. But it's potentially one of those things that takes some of the load off the general manager. Because we're outsourcing something again, so to speak, by having an attorney do these kinds of things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's one more project to manage because I have to make sure that the attorney is doing the work and that we're feeding
Oh, yeah.
information. So it is one more project that we're adding to the
But-
table. What?
we could get Jeff to recruit though. I mean, you don't have to find the
And the
person.
attorney.
Yeah,
There's someone's gonna have to follow through on the
Right.
project, and I just need a project scope, so I understand what it is that we're. trying
that's
to-
what I wonder. I hope that got through.
What's
Did you say-
the purpose of this, to do this, what do we?
the board needs advisement. So I think you guys remember me sitting here saying, we need help in the district. Look what's happening here. We need some help. And we weren't getting it. And so then I finally figured out, okay, well, we can go this way. So we need to, and I know I talked to you about it before, that we're going to hire a lawyer. The lawyer's going to come and give us advisement and tell us what our standing is regarding the amount of development and the obligation that puts the district under as far as infrastructure, water use, water rights, all those things, and whether or not the district actually can do that, and what it means for the people already holding the water rights here. What the impact is to that. So, and also we can talk about whether or not we should put a moratorium on development, a moratoria, until the county provides us a comprehensive study that says,
Good point.
this is the impact of all these things that are happening. But we're just little people here. So if we had a lawyer that could write that up, we could demand that of the county, and then they could show us and prove to us and reassure us that everything's going to be okay.
So it's a little more expansive than CEQA.
Yeah.
It's really development and
Yeah.
what authority the board has. CEQA might be one, but what the authority.
It's not land use. It's not land use.
To.
Okay,
So,
just be
to
clear.
your point-
Okay,
I'm not saying.
okay, good.
To your point earlier, the example that you gave, how customers are, or developers are submitting an electronic form to us, which then we have to research. This is now adding on an additional
Review,
function to that.
yeah,
Right,
Well,
because then we'd have to,
a legal review.
what their project is, how that's being handled by the county.
No, I want the lawyer to do that. That's what I want the lawyer to do. And I want the county.
Adding an additional function to that overall process.
well, it would give us the guidelines of what projects we can approve, but when it would be a part of the process. So it's essentially saying, without this, we can't move forward in the process. They have to have a CEQA, or they have to have whatever it is. But it wouldn't necessarily be a step for the development process. It informs the development.
It seems like the county wants
Here
to
yet.
force stuff on us before there's enough detail for us to make a decision.
Well, or for us to do due diligence and
Yeah,
as board
that's
members to
right.
actually
Yeah.
approve will-serve letters in good conscience, you know, and we don't know enough. So, yeah, I imagine it will put some more load on the district. My hope would be that we would bring a lawyer in, they would tell us, and then maybe we would hire a consultant to actually create some of that stuff, or the lawyer writes the letter, and the county would do what it's supposed to do, which is, you know, have a trusted environment, a trusted relationship with the members of this community, and ensuring that we have water now and well into the future.
So
I don't know if that's helping.
I think so. I think we're getting there. To me, it seems a little bit more, CEQA is just one piece of it, but that what rights does this district have to say yes to development, essentially?
What rights does this district have to say no in a will serve when the county hasn't done its job? That's what I'm saying. The county hasn't done the job by following CEQA. It's doing this incremental urbanization. And so then all of a sudden, this little water district's going to have to kaboom, serve all these places, you know, over time. It's not happening tomorrow. But, well, you know, yeah, for you guys.
I feel the pressure too. And
So that's what I'm talking.
it's guardrail. So I think we were saying the same thing. I said,
Okay.
So when can we say yes? When can we say no? Based on, did the county do their part? Did the developer do their part?
Yeah, improving growth, you know, like what's the projected growth and, you know, all those projections, all the impacts all the way around.
So it's really a development.
Yeah, I think you were really talking about
Okay,
this
okay.
earlier too.
Yeah.
What we're not really getting help from the county, no.
Well, we can't trust that they're actually
Right.
we know that they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Director Fick, did you have something to say?
Well, yeah, our earlier consideration of this fact of 1.5 million towards the septic and sewer on our behalf. I'm holding back on that. I think we'll have to see what special districts is doing for the first half year in this. And then what she's requesting is a legal monitor of what's going on.
Mhm.
And of course, you're much bigger than just the septic and sewer,
It's a
but
good way to describe it.
yeah, so we want to be ready for either way this is going to go. And right now, the county has 6.3 million going towards this. We can help use that, hopefully. If they're up and up with us, it's good. But my history with the county is I know they're not always on up and up. Not with special districts. Special districts is new to me as far as that goes. But land use and whatever, they've been a little on the deceitful side.
Yeah, can we find a case that it fits into this careful below? And maybe next week when you come back with some sort of title, that would be helpful to me.
Oh, you want me to come back next week with the title?
Because we're gonna review.
I'm good at
The
titles,
plan.
but I'm sorry.
Something.
So the CEQA thing that we said, maybe that was,
It's legal review.
legal monitor. Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah,
Oh, and you want me to write you a little paragraph or something?
Sure.
Okay, I can definitely do
Find
that.
Which spot it fits in here.
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay,
that sounds good.
all right, I'll do that.
So, hasn't always been said that our only ability to say no would be if we simply do not have the water at all?
Yeah, I mean, the
Oh.
urban water plan does go in hand with that. If it indicates we have the water and we say no, then on what grounds would that be? And I think that's what the
CEQA grounds. CEQA grounds. They're not following CEQA, so therefore we do not have to risk the water district's assets serving water to projects that have not gone through CEQA. That's what I'm
What
saying.
if the state takes away those?
That's what I was gonna
That's a
say.
possibility too.
And that's.
They're not going to take it all away. All they're going to do is speed it up, and that's part of that permitting reform.
Yes.
Which I'm not saying doesn't need to happen. I think, you
Sure.
know what I mean? I think, you know, projects are taking 10, 15
maybe
years to get done.
The lawyer will be up to date on that stuff.
Well,
That's the
yeah,
thing.
and Jeff would be as well, but I'm just saying we need some focus and have some advisement of the board related to that.
Sure.
And it's all related to future vision.
Exactly, and the responsibility that the board has to focus on that vision and make sure that the operational demands don't drag us away from the vision and the responsibility that we have to that. So, and that's where we have to figure out, you know, how to do it without, you know, overloading it, the district even more. Good. Okay, so,
Are we still voting?
No.
We're waiting?
Okay, so do I need to make another, okay, so do you have a, do you,
Got it. I think we got it.
It was an
she
advice.
says she thinks we have it.
It was just advisory. Just
Yeah.
make sure you're all on board that we add it and then.
That's a good idea.
And
Yeah.
massage it and figure out, what that looks like.
Yeah, it's the compelling part for me is the part where if we say no, we can explain a reason why,
Correct.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's compelling. And we have the money. But we don't necessarily have to spend all of it.
Okay, so thank you. Staff has received board direction regarding proposed revisions and budget adjustments, which will be incorporated into the revised budget materials brought back for continued review and future approval consideration by the board. Continue with our meeting, item 8 on the action calendar, director reports and comments. We all know this time is reserved for director reports and comments within the district's jurisdiction. Please note that the opinions expressed by individual directors don't reflect those of the board necessarily as a whole or district staff, and that no immediate action shall be taken. Director Flowin.
I haven't given that much thought. Well, we had a show on at the Walmart over disaster preparedness and stuff like that. We had a good turnout of directors. Jane spent some time there as well as Thomas.
Yeah, my dog.
And we were cautious and deliberate in not violating the Brown Act by having three directors there. It's a good show. What kind of generated a lot of interest was the sheriff's display where they have somebody put on a padded suit and get attacked by a Malinois dog. That was the big deal. The conversations that we had tended to be lengthy. There weren't a lot of them, but they were quite lengthy, which is just as good as far as I was concerned. That's a moderately to low attended thing for some reason.
It had
It's
been
on,
rescheduled, that might have been part of it.
pardon me?
It'd been rescheduled and that might have been part of it.
Yeah, it's on Saturday and everybody's got something to do while the weather's halfway nice. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Director Jarlsberg.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to make a report about my last attendance at the MWA meeting because it was very interesting and I took a bunch of notes, but I'm not going to do it today.
I was there too. It was really good.
Oh, you were?
Well, yeah, I can just go. I just went.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Okay, well, anyway, I thought I was assigned, that's why.
I just went, independent.
Yes, okay. But anyway, the one thing I did want to mention is I want to put the PFAS concerns discussion back on the list. General manager suggested that tests had already been done and no evidence of PFAS. But I want to look into the future because I don't think that's going to be true into the future for a variety of reasons that I would like to discuss those, and they are water related. So that's my thing.
Septic was a big discussion about PFAS at the Rural Water Association, Operators Association, and also landfills. And the landfill sits right over the Warren Basin.
Well, I'm going to talk about this another
sorry.
time as
Sorry.
a agenda.
Sorry to interrupt. I forgot it was not a workshop anymore. Forgive me.
Anyway, that's what I want to do. I don't have a deadline for it. We've got obviously stuff to do, but it's a future item that I'm concerned about.
Director Fick.
Several things. One, the Alta Loma project, they really didn't give it a name other than it's on Alta Loma, east of Alta. And it was they had a person there talking for half an hour, reading out what we already saw of us. And as far as, the presentation, the lettering, and English was not her first language. So it was pretty painful for half an hour. And then they didn't have a lot of questions. They default to the point that this is a scoping meeting and therefore we're taking input from the public and we're not telling you everything is going along. And it's like they didn't have a schematic of the parcels, what the parcels look like, because the houses were all over the place. And a lot of questions couldn't be asked. They were just saying, we want your reaction to this project. And it's like, from what we can tell, they're going to go septic. So that was that part. But it's right in the middle of a wildlife linkage that is surrounded by conservation land, and it's just south of section 33, which I battled 6 years to save and all that kind of stuff. And the Marines invested quite a bit of money in this, in wildlife linkage also. So that was a pretty half-assed presentation. We didn't have too much info. I don't know if they're coming to you yet. So, and then, let's see what else.
Director Pitt, can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
How did you find out about it? Where was it? I had no idea about it.
MBCA put out quite a bit about it.
Oh,
That was me.
on their,
Yeah. And,
I don't know,
it's
social
on
media.
social media. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I just missed it.
And Brendan, I was a major questioner, and also Brendan Cummings was there, and he obviously showed quite a bit. So, okay, then to keep on going, I was at another meeting put on by JTMPA, and in there they mentioned that they're taking they've expended money on 5 tanks. Now, these are not army tanks. These are tanks that hold water so that when they have fires in the national park, they have ready amounts, five tanks, and each one, I guess, is 2,000 or 3,000 gallons to quell it, but they don't have a way to refresh that. So eventually, not now, I'm going to wait until you have a director of operations so that we can have one of the southern reservoirs have a helicopter feed system eventually. It's down the line and will be happening when you settle down with your director of operations situation. So, and then that's about it for expedience of time.
All right, Vice President Short.
I attended the district tours. I thought they went great. And while I have been on a tour in the past, this one had enough new information to keep it interesting. I would suggest that in the future, we don't get off the bus at the waste facility at the hospital.
I agree, huh?
I was present during the Adam Schiff meeting. I thought it was a great sign that we are getting on these people's radar. We are building these relationships that will allow us to get the funding we need to help our community. He appeared to be knowledgeable and asked great questions that I thought Ray handled well. There was a great piece that was published on Z107 about our chromium issue for anyone in the public looking for more information on the topic, as well as a board workshop on chromium on our YouTube channel. I attended the Water for Emergencies event on Saturday along with Director Flowen. Like he said, we didn't have that much downtime to actually talk. We had pretty good rotation of people coming in to talk to us. We got to talk to a lot of people that sounded like they didn't have a plan in place and had never thought about it. So even if we get one person to be better prepared, it will have been worth it. Definitely.
So I've got about an hour's worth of content to cover. Kidding. Y'all are so tired you didn't even laugh. All right, so first I'd like to give you my trip reports. I had 2 trips. I went to the California Rural Water Association Conference in April 2026, and then I went to the Association of California Water Agencies. And so would you pass that down? This is, these are both my reports. And then I've already sent mine to the district. It's for inclusion in the record. And then I would like to, I'm creating an ad hoc. And pursuant to the authority of the board president and consistent with applicable provisions of the Brown Act and district governance practices, I'm establishing a temporary ad hoc board retreat preparation committee composed of fewer than a quorum of the board for the limited purpose of assisting in preparation for the upcoming board retreat. The scope of the committee shall include development of proposed retreat projects, topics, strategic planning considerations, governance, and operational discussion items, organizational priorities, maybe not, and related recommendations for future board consideration. The ad hoc committee shall serve in an advisory capacity only, shall possess no independent decision-making authority, and shall automatically dissolve upon completion of its assigned purpose or within 6 months of its creation. Whichever comes first, I appoint Director Jarlsberg and Vice President Short to this ad hoc committee. So actually, that's all for me. See, I didn't have an hour's worth of content. Okay, is that good as far as the ad hoc thing? We didn't miss anything?
You can receive a copy of your report, though.
Oh, here you go. Yeah, you can have it. You can have it. I did send it to you guys, but you can have the printout. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 9, which is the general manager's report. Informational purposes only on subjects not covered by the agenda. No action is to be taken. General Manager Sarah Johnson.
Do you have an hour's words? Had the district tours and they went, I think, pretty well. We've got some great feedback and some of the things that we're going to look at incorporating soon around, which is to do them in the fall instead of in the spring. Because it's really nice to be able to see the recharge water when you go to that site. It really just changes the whole perspective. So that's, and also legislators tend to have a break in the fall. So we might be able to get one of them actually on for tour. So that's a change for not next year, but the year after. Everyone is well aware of the ship visit, and I want to thank staff and our board members that participated. It really, I think, made a huge difference. And we put together, that tour the first time, and they got canceled, and then we had to redo it. And it was kind of like last minute and putting it all together, but it's still, I think we're not without a hitch. And he signed a letter in support of our project. So I think it was very, very worthwhile. The next day after that visit, Z107 came by here and interviewed me. So that article that you referenced, they came and did an interview on the From Six concerns. And then the last thing I was the rate contract, but we've already covered that.
Good job.
Okay, that's it.
Directors, any questions? Director Fick?
Yes, maybe a short report on what is the level of the Lovemore Ranch approach to the Johnson Basin Water District?
What is the level of
Well,
approach?
Have they given you questions? Have they given you money? That kind of stuff?
Yes, they have submitted a plan check deposit. I believe we just had to increase it because it's requiring more time and sending their plan check to the engineer. And they have sent
When did that
in
happen?
the last couple of months.
Oh,
Yeah,
a while ago.
yeah.
Okay.
So what happened, oh gosh, I think it was the end of last year. They wanted a will serve letter and we said, no, we can't give you a will serve letter until you do all of these things. So the engineering firm, West Coast Civil, developed essentially a checklist of all the things they need to do. So they're working through that list on, they have to do a sewer study, they have to do a water infrastructure study. And then we have to meet with them and go over all those discussions and plans. So that's where we're at in the process right now. Trying to determine how they're going to build the system. There's a lot of questions more than answers, but for example, is it a water master meter or is it a meter every parcel? Can the current infrastructure we have based on what they expect to use in water support it, or does it need to be upgraded? As for sewer, finding out all of those nuanced questions that we still have a lot of questions about. How will the sewer package plant be built? Who owns the collection system? It's not just the plant. You have to think about the pipes that come out of the house. Someone's going to maintain those. So working through all of those questions with the help of the engineer to ensure that when it does come to the full board, that we've done our full due diligence in getting everything collected and they've done what they're supposed to do before it comes here.
Can I follow up on
Sure.
that? You know, they want each of those parcels to have a garden that will feed them and then make enough to take down to the farmer's market. They put anything like that in there?
Yeah,
That's what they said.
they said years ago, yeah.
What?
Well, yeah, but that's not gonna happen. That's not
I
gonna
don't know.
happen. In a gated community, they're gonna
In the
do a
desert?
community garden, a community garden. Yeah,
Yeah, so
his brother's gonna do it.
there's a lot of back and forth still.
I just wondered if it was in what they've given you.
No, I
Okay.
hadn't heard it.
All right.
That's a great update, though.
Yeah, mainly, we just want to make sure that whatever ultimately is decided is the least impact to the district. For example, we don't want 1,700 easements to get to their water line, to their lateral line.
Oh, yeah.
It's too much effort and time and doesn't make sense. So we have a lot of leeway within the rules and regs to propose what is the best for the district, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Director Flowen, did you have something?
No, I was just digesting what the general manager just said.
I like how you were about to say something. All right, then I think we're done, huh? So thank you, board members and staff, with no further business before the board. I know we all hate for it to end, but is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
I.
This meeting's adjourned at 6:19 PM.